Hello everybody, it is the 1st of June 2024. We are at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit and we are here on the Positive Perception YouTube channel for what is the second of our big grid races, big massive events. Last year we did the 24 hours of Spa in association with Simba. This year it's the Positive Perception 24 hours at Silverstone in association supporting the Christie NHS Foundation. A very worthwhile cause. The Christie charity was set up and named in honour of Richard and Mary Christie, who were instrumental in setting up their cancer centre. For over 100 years, the Christie has played a crucial role in the advancement of cancer treatment and care. They're one of Europe's leading cancer centres, but have always retained their treasured family spirit, the patient being at the very heart of everything they do. They were also the first UK centre to be officially accredited as a comprehensive cancer centre. As part of the NHS, they provide radiotherapy, chemotherapy, highly specialist surgery for complex and rare cancer, and a wide range of support and diagnostic services. It is a very worthwhile charity. We go through what can only be described as a rigorous selection process, and we're delighted to be working with the guys over at the Christie Charity Foundation for this race. At the moment, we stand at £700 on the donation total. At the moment, we've got a target of 1,000. I have got very much confidence in the fact we will absolutely smash that. We did 2,200 for Simba last year across the 24 hours and in the following hours afterwards. Let's see if we can get towards that and potentially even more. My name is David Russell. I'll be your host for periods of this race. I do have other things I need to be doing, sadly, but the stream will run for the entire duration. We'll have other people dropping in throughout the duration of the race. Speaking of which, I am also joined by Positive Perception boss man, founder, just general person extraordinaire, Mark Raddenbury. Good afternoon to you, good sir.
Good afternoon, David. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Welcome along. This is going to be amazing.
Really looking forward to it. Got 35 people in the stream at the moment, so thank you to everyone. Big hello to everybody who's popping out in the chat, whether you're lurking, whether you're watching, whether you're actively nattering away. We appreciate you guys massively. If you want to get the link for the donations in there, it should drop in over the course of the race. If it doesn't, then hit !donate from the commands list in the bottom right corner of the screen, and it'll give you the Just Giving link as well. Collective World 24, good luck to everyone. Be safe on the track. Yeah, absolutely. Ben 22 Racing's dropping fire in the chat as well from Onid. Lovely to see him. Rafael Milka, good luck. And Polish team, Mark Neuterling's asking if we're there yet, which we replied with, we will not turn this stream around. Proper British humour, I feel like there. SND Mech, again, looking for the Polish team by the looks of that. Daniel Crinson, hello for the 757 Lambo. The one team today who are actually doing a local team, Mark, which I'm really looking forward to keeping an eye on. I know Dan's doing his stream, so I might have to keep an eye out on some pit stops and just watch them physically change the driver, which is quite a novelty.
That's fantastic. What a way to race 24 hours with your mates in the same room. I love that.
I mean, arguably, they're kind of doing it the way that everyone should do, aren't they? I appreciate, obviously, we can't because there's being sim racing, it's more accessible because anyone can do it from anywhere on the world. But if I was going to do something like this properly, I'd love to do it like that. Can you imagine, like, yeah, getting out of the car, you'd strap up into the seat and everything, wouldn't you? You'd go full 9 yards, I feel.
Absolutely. But would you also yank the other driver out of the rig as they do in real life, or would you be more gentle? That's the question.
Do you know what? I think it would depend on who it is.
If it was me, you'd be pulling me out of the rig.
If it was you, you'd be out of there within half a second. It'd be like, in the old school cartoons where someone gets pulled away and then all of a sudden, yes, like there's like an element of dust as per what it was, as per where they were before. That's what I'm thinking. That's my feeling. I feel
absolutely. Hey, do you know what? There's only 3 minutes left to qualify now.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll hop straight into the grid and we'll look through the grid in a second. It's very close in qualifying. We're just getting all of the live timing and stuff set up as well, so we'll share the info on that when we get that ready as well. Enzo Cardone, good luck everyone. Redline Racing Team. I'm not sure if that is the Redline Racing Team. It'd be very cool if it was. However, I'm not sure I recognise the same logo, which is a bit of a shame, but there you go. Lucky, hello from the 236 Lambo. Robert from PEH Racing. Squatto Sim Racer from SPX, and Cool Edits. I think it's got like a parenthesis at the end. I'm not sure whether that's meant to be the case or not, but lovely to see everybody for this one. Really excited for this, because you know what these races are always like. We had a great one last year, didn't we, Mark? We're going to have a great one this year as well. There will be 3 parts to the stream. So this, as you can probably tell from the name, is part 1. Once we've got through the first probably 10 hours, so later on this evening, we will boot up the second part, and then in the morning we'll bring you the final few hours of the race as well, because YouTube doesn't like anything longer than 12 hours, which is really, really good of them.
No, YouTube's a bit of a pain like that. I'm sure there's other streaming platforms that would allow us to do it for 24 hours, but we've taken the option where we have the most subscribers, and if you haven't liked and subscribed already, get on it. Come on, people, let's boost this up. Let's see if we can get more views than the Nürburgring 24 today, which is probably quite a tall order, but
we've picked a weekend to do this, haven't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, so let's give the guys a bit of feedback, a bit of history on this. So the original plan announced way back in, I think it was February, maybe March. We announced we were going to do Le Mans on AC, multi-class, LMP2s, LMDH, and GT3s it was. However, the sign-ups, they just weren't great. You know, I think we had 6 LMP2s, 3 LMDHs, and then 3 GT3s, and it's just like, what's going on? Right, let's go back to what we know. So we dropped back to ACC. We gave it as a community vote for the track. We opened it up to quite a few different tracks, and the community chose Silverstone, and here we are now. You know, 1st of June, a week before Le Mans was the plan, and guess what? It's a week before Le Mans.
It still worked out in the end, didn't it? To be fair, which is always nice to see. You can't help but love a little bit of endurance racing. It's the month of June. I know there's been chatter going around about the 72-hour month of June, because you've got Le Mans, and then you've got, I think there's an IMSA races. I think there's a WEC one as well. I should probably know this. I've seen it enough times, but we're going to make it the 96 hours of June with this one as well, I feel. Oh, Norse is obviously the other one. A little bit obvious.
Qualifying has just ticked over to the checkered flag, and I'm going to be really interested to see who is on pole, because at the current, I'm not going to tell you who's on pole at the moment, but at the moment it's a gap of 0.048 of a second.
Super close.
Is tight. And in fact, if you look from, say, let's go from position 5 all the way down to 21st, there is a gap of 1 second. That is incredible.
It's what we kind of come to expect these sorts of things, though, isn't it? Like, and this is I'll be honest, it's a bit of a self-confessed plug for PosPro as a whole, but we always, like, we've been broadcasting for a long time. We haven't broadcast as much as we wanted to, I think it's fair to say, in the last couple of months, but every time we do a race or host a race, or every time I'm looking at these sort of timing charts, the closeness of the grid is always something that catches me. Like you say, there's between 6th and 21st, just under a second. That is seriously competitive, and there's some quick times in here as well. Fastest lap, I think it will be the confirmed pole position, is a 56.8, which is impressive to say the least.
That's a rocket ship, and they only scored the purple sector in the last sector as well.
Just shows how, if you can stay close to the fastest sectors across the whole lap, it makes a difference. Yeah. It surprises me when you see them coming in, doesn't it? Because you go, oh, there's a green sector, they've gone quicker there, they've gone quicker again, but they haven't gone fastest, and then they get pole. Yeah. So, oh, right, okay, that's how it works.
Yeah, and for those of you who aren't aware, we're even using a custom bop for this one, which is something we don't do in our standard GT3 league. It's actually a custom bop across the entire GT3 field. Some cars, obviously a bit heavier than most, but a lot of them, in fact, the Nissan is the only car that hasn't received a bop, and there's one on track.
The Nissan was never going to receive a bop, was it? Let's be completely truthful. I don't think you'd have allowed it, having the soft spot for the Nissan as you do. Although you guys aren't driving in it this year, this time round, so
we are. In fact,
I thought you were Mustang and Ferrari.
Yeah, let's go to. Just going to pick up on something Master has said in the chat. Apart from Redline Team, is there only British teams? No, there is not. There is teams from literally all over the world taking part. Furthest away, Singapore. There's a team from there. believe there's a couple of Canadian teams. There's definitely an Australian driver. He's racing in the 750 positive perception car. Italians, there's Dutch. There's everyone. It's incredible to see.
What can you say? When you build it, people come and they come and want to race. It's
exactly.
You put on events like this, thankfully, and we're all massively appreciative, of course, of the effort that people competing this weekend do put in. They always, like, they come in their droves. There's never a disappointing amount of people for these sorts of races. Like, they're always so well competed in. That's the word I'm looking for. And yeah, today's no exception, which is very, very exciting. So Silverstone, Mark, 3.66 mile track. It's the latest version of it, shall we say? Old school pit lane, of course. You've done a load of laps around here recently. Thoughts in terms of things to look out for? It's a long race, of course, and Silverstone's one of those places, especially in the daytime, where you'd probably imagine it's going to be fairly heavy on tyres, you'd think.
Yeah, so interesting. I'm in the Mustang, obviously. For those of you who know me, I was so excited when the Mustang was released. I was so excited last year when Ford announced they were making the Mustang GT3. And I am in the Mustang. Now, I did a 70-minute stint last night. In fact, no, 75-minute stint, because I can, in the fuel tank. And I had 0 graining on my tyres for that entire stint. I am so impressed with that car. Other cars, I have heard, bit of graining, bit of flat spotting. So I think keeping your tyres fresh for the entire race is going to be the absolute key. And in theory, there shouldn't be any rain.
In theory,
but it's a POSPER race.
So
anything can happen.
It's also a race based upon forecasted conditions in the UK this weekend, and we know what the UK is like. There's absolute possibility that there will be some sort of, should we call it, adverse weather conditions throughout the race. We'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see.
We will. I mean, it's a good job we're not hosting the race in Wales, because I can guarantee it would just be wet.
Plus, I mean, in the nicest way possible, I don't think there's many tracks out in Wales that would host an event like this and host it well.
Is it? Maybe Clandau, but I don't think you'd get this many GT3 cars around it.
I'd quite like to see that sort of thing happen, to be fair. But alas, ACC hasn't, or Kunos hasn't stretched to the valleys just yet in terms of their track roster, and I guess that's probably more so to do with SRO more than anything. In fairness, I mean, we saw how many people clamoured for Nords, and it finally arrived. I think there's probably a few people sitting out there going, "Oh, I wish that was something we could do." And you go, oh, "Yeah, it sounds great in theory," but then I imagine the rate of attrition will probably be quite high, shall we say?
Yeah, no, let's hope not. It's it's going to be an incredible 24 hours, and we are mere moments away now.
Absolutely. We'll take you through the grid once they get underway. I was going to get the POSPER segue out, but I've left it too long. I forgot that we was actually going to be starting the race in a minute, and I either have to rush through it and butcher loads of names, or we just do it around in a minute. So it'll be fine. We'll get it right. It's been a while since we've done this, to be fair.
Yeah, you were cutting in and out there, so I barely caught what you said. Hopefully the viewers caught it, because I really didn't.
I reckon it was you. I'm going to go with you. Let us know in the chat if it was me, and if it was, then I'll... Well, I mean, I don't know what I'll do, to be completely truthful.
We'll unplug you and replug you in. Go on, David. Let's get on track. Let's show these people.
Turn it off and on again.
Yeah, basically.
Here we go then. So Angus Fender, as comes as no surprise, those of you who know Angus and know his capabilities, should we say, we'll start on pole. Zubanovic will be, or Zunabovic, I'm so sorry, will be alongside. Van Veen in third place, Durazio fourth, Elmstrom in fifth, Feltham sixth, Pooley and Van Exel at seventh and eighth, Walsh and Fragger with the top 10. I mean, there's quite a few names to go through, to be fair. The first POSPER team, it'd be rude of me not to call those guys out, is driven by Simon Wilkes in the 751 Mustang at the moment. Where's the other one? Colin Dunn back in 22nd. I was going to say, it's your team. Of course it's your team. It's the Mustang, Mark.
Watch that fall through the order as I drive. Ooh.
Yeah, when is your first stint?
I got a couple of hours before mine.
You got plenty of time. There you go. Shouts for Zunabovic in the chat from Alex Taylor Newman. Apologies, I can't remember which one it was. I know you messaged me literally this morning and it probably said it on there. But Bragger's getting some some shouts in the chat from Master as well. So lots of different support in the chat as well, which is always nice to see, Mark, isn't it? It's always nice. I like the fact that with these kind of events, people like they'll come onto the stream. You'll get a lot of people who probably have no kind of genuine involvement in the race, but I love seeing all of those people drop into the chat and just give some support for their teammates. It's nice to see. 29 drivers in 29 teams. Sorry, I should say in this race, Master, just to be clear. Like I say, live timing should be on pit wall as long as it's done what it should do. It did need to restart before we kicked off, so hopefully it's all working. It's Newman, there we go. See, I got it right the first time, I think. It's a little bit cloudy, Mark, I have to say. The sun's not out.
Yeah, it's a little bit cloudy. It's still an Ottoman track. It's 26 degrees on that track, 19 degrees in the air. There's no wind, which is lovely. We're also bad because nobody's going to get a nice tow down the hangar straight.
That's the one we're on, yes.
Look at me remembering corners and tracks. It's a bit of a shocker. Yeah, let's hope it stays dry. We published the official weather settings earlier that we use on the server. Unfortunately, I can't set the server up to, I don't know, let's have rain at midnight and some fog at 2 a.m. I wish I could do that. If only AMS2 could use multiple drivers. We do it on that. The cloud cover is 0.35, which is pretty close to real. Temperature's 16 degrees ambient. The rain, very, very, very minor. So in theory, it's going to be 95% of a wet race, possibly a bit of a mixture. The average rain shower length has been predicted to be 27 minutes, but the average time between a rain shower, 22 hours. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
Absolutely. I've just noticed a last-minute change. I think it's the 472 car that's now been driven by Lewis Robinson. I think that was the car that was driven by Elmstrom a moment ago. In fact, no, it might not be, because I've just noticed we've got Tom Week in the chat saying we go PLR, so I'm assuming it must be Greg Ellis, apologies, who's taken over that one because he's in the PLR machine, the 218 Ferrari. Good split, Mark, it has to be said, of the cars in the top half of the grid. I mean, it's apart from the fact there's about 6 Ferraris in the top 11, but other than that, got a decent mixture. First Mustang, 7th on the grid. Second Mustang, Simon Wilkes, which I'm sure you'll be happy with.
I'm very happy. I think it's down to the custom bop. So we took bop from LFM and we took it from Pit Skill. And then we just used all the data that we'd seen on track from the practice sessions, and our own experience of racing these cars and all our GT3 leagues. We're coming up to season 12 now, and we applied it, and I think it's worked absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, well, it seems to have done that so far. Anyway, Angus Fender's going to bring us round the final corner through Luffield and through Woodcote to start off this massive event. 24 Hours Silverstone is coming up in just over 15 seconds time. It's Rev Sport from PLR on the front row. It's Bahinia in third place with Michael Van Veen in there, and there's loads of other people back there as well. Lots to look forward to through this one. We'll come back to some of the chat messages in a second because I can see there's lots of questions in there. But in a moment, we'll get Angus Fender to lead us off. He'll have the inside line going into Cops for the first time. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Of course, a long way to go after this. 24 hours is the distance. And we're looking forward to this one getting underway. Green flag will fly any second now.
Called that a bit early, didn't you?
I did, very much so. I was hoping it wasn't going to leave it too long. There we go, we're underway for the 24 hours of Silverstone here with Positive Perception in support of the Christie Foundation. And Zunabovic gets the lead into Cop straight away. Angus Fender didn't have much of a chance to keep that move or keep that position there. It looked like Zunabovic had a little bit of a better start. It was a little bit further forward than his front row compatriot, and lots of changes as we go through the first couple of quarters. Looks like everybody's getting through largely okay. We've got Martin Roundtree and Sim Race Anonymous. He's trying to go round the outside of Simon Wilkes in the Mosby Mustang. He's got the Wild Things racing car currently being driven by Rich Pixley in the mix as well. But it looks as though everybody's gotten through okay, which is great to see. We've got one car in the form of Davide Tassinato of EOS Esports Racing, who started from the pit lane, so he's a little bit further back than everyone else. But as it stands, Zunabovic in the PLR Esports car in the Audi, the number 21, is taking the lead into the Vale, into the club chicane. Angus Fender, though, all over the back of him. And as it goes, Mark, really, really nice clean start.
I have genuinely been sat here with my fingers crossed and just hoping for a lovely, beautiful, clean lap of racing. I didn't want to have to red flag, and I'm so glad that these guys have just shown absolute professionalism in that start. That was incredible, boys and girls. I can see two cars, sorry, slightly off the back. One of them was the aforementioned that started from pit lane. It looks like it's 236. Has had possibly a bit of a spin. Maybe he touched the sausage curb on the way into the Formula One pit straight area. But otherwise, look at that. It's clean racing, boys and girls. We have gone racing at Silverstone. Only 23 hours, 58 minutes to go until the checkered flag.
Yeah, just a short distance to cover. Question from Alex in the chat, wondering why Dan's the only AM car classified on the grid. It's simply because Alex, him and his team are locally doing this race, so he will be, he'll be the name on the screen the entire way through. He won't necessarily be the driver in the car because they are doing local on-site driver swaps, which I am super, super jealous of. But we've done that so that people are aware that it isn't the same person throughout the whole race. It's different people, but all doing it from the same sim rig, which is, like I say, really super exciting. One lap in the books. Dean Zunabovic of PLR Esports still leads the way. He's got Angus Fender, who I've noticed throughout the course of the last lap or so has been doing very, very much some mirror torture, as a former colleague of ours, Chris Honourable from Gridfinder, would like to say. He's been very much darting in and out, making sure that Dean knows that he's there. Is he going to have a run into club? He's going to be very close. No, Dean just covers that off very nicely. Let's look a bit further down through the grid. Go on, Mark, sorry.
I really thought he was going to sell him the dummy there and just send it. But
it looked like a send was on.
Yeah, really, it just shows that Angus has a really good, racing mentality. And he is an actual racing driver. He's one of two, I believe, in the same team that are competing in this, which is amazing to have.
Yeah, at least two. I know Jack Noller's in the team as well. So, yeah, definitely got a couple in there, which is great to see. Nice to see we're bringing in the big guns. Let's look a bit further back. Here's Simon Wilkes going for a move up the inside into Village. Oh, he's gone deep there.
I may have just closed my eyes for that one.
Oh, that was super close. Oh, I can't believe he's gone through that. I think that Chevrolet that he's managed to just about get past and nearly took out what's in front of him as a result. I mean, as incidents go, that could have been a big one.
I'm just deep breaths. In fact, we've mentioned two actual racing drivers. There is one other on track that we haven't mentioned about. It's our very own Colin Dunn.
I was going to say, I knew where you were going with it, so I tried to find him before as you said it, which is an absolute spot in the 750 pos per Ferrari. Of course, none of them actually racing the official pos per livery because, as we haven't mentioned it, to be fair, but I know you'll want to bring up. Endurance races don't yield the normal pos per livery, do they, Mark? They like to yield something slightly different, don't they? For those of them who've watched the podcast recently, they all know exactly what we mean.
Yeah, so with the endurance racing, I always like to do something a bit different, a bit special for the team. Because, running in the same livery, it does get boring after a while.
I'm really sorry, Mark. I'm going to have to cut across you because I've just noticed there's been contact between the two leaders and they're both down in 5th and 6th. I just want to catch and see what's happened here. This is going into Luffield. And you can see, just goes up the inside. Oh, Fender just a little bit across and over there. And that's why, apologies to cut across you, but that's why they're now down in 4th and 6th at the moment. As you were.
Do you reckon that was a bit of frustration from Angus, maybe?
I think that was
a fight back through.
No, I think that was very much a racing. I don't think there was any frustration there. I think if you look to it, like it was, oh, there's another car around as well. Apologies, that's Carlo Durazio who's going to cross there as well. He was actually leading the rest. I'm trying to catch him, but he's falling down hand over fist. We'll see what happened here. He's got the Bohemia Motorsports car of Van Veen just behind him. Oh, a little touch there. And it was, to be fair, largely kind of similar to what we saw in the coming together between Fender and Zunabovic. But yeah. I think it was one of them. I don't think it was anything kind of frustration born or anything like that. I think it was very much just a case of the two of them probably just took slightly different lines through Luffield, I think you'd probably say. And it is one of those corners where you can do it. So it's not a surprising time when they're that close as well. I'm not hugely surprised that kind of thing can happen.
No, I think that was very much just a...
Oh, there's another one! Oh, dear.
I mean, well, at least he corrected the other car.
Yeah, the double tap, as they call it.
As we do see, Angus is already moving up to 3rd. He's on a flyer now. He's going for it.
He's actually up into second, would you believe? The timing tower
Second.
hadn't updated.
Wow.
I was going to say I can see it live real time on the broadcast app that I've got in front of me. And yeah, just noticed he'd gotten past Jason Pooley in the Air Course car. I imagine that was partly because of the contact between Pooley and Van Veen going into Brooklands just before. Look at them sliding the car through Maggots and Beckett's really on full chat. And this is the beauty. Simon Wilkes, actually, sorry, just to comment that. Fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:59.8. Your boy is doing a job at the moment, Mark. You'll be pleased to hear.
We'll take that. We'll take that, and we won't even hold that.
I was going to say, if that's
should I talk about the liveries now?
If that's the fastest lap for the whole thing, then yeah, I'd be very impressed. Yes, I think we've maybe calmed down a smidge. Let's talk liveries for a moment.
See if I can get back to what I was saying. We always run a special edition livery or two for a endurance event, just to stand out a bit, and gives me a chance to flex my creative muscles a bit more and come up with new ideas. And obviously the original plan for this race, as I mentioned earlier, it was going to be Le Mans. However, things worked against us for that. It didn't happen, but I still wanted to do something to celebrate Le Mans, should we say. So in the drawing boards, it was a case of, right, what were we racing with? We're going with a Ferrari. We originally were going to race with a GT4 Aston. It was a multi-class race. So we grabbed the only non-red Ferrari I could find out there, which you see resplendent on the 750. It's sort of a drip effect paint job on that. And
I should probably get that. We should probably look at the car, really, shouldn't we?
There it is. So it's a lovely drip effect, yellow and black. It looks like a bee going around. It's fantastic. And then the other one, the Aston Martin we originally went for the GT4, I replicated one of the art cars, which it took a while. I think it was about 8 hours of work to get that done. But then GT4 didn't happen, so it was a case of, right, well, we need something different. We're going to go with the Mustang. Oh God, what do we do for the Mustang? And after a bit of back and forth with a few different designs, I didn't want to do the classic. I didn't want to do the sort of the Viper stripe sort of style that the teams ran. And those of you who know me, you know I love the Australian V8s. So instantly in my head, I had the Wins Start Ya Bastard clip from an Australian sort of sketch show in my head. I'm like, right, we're doing a Wins car. It's bold, it's bright, it's out there. And it even competed at Le Mans. It didn't finish Le Mans, but it did at least compete.
I think starting in Le Mans is just as impressive as actually getting to the end of it, to be fair.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Lovely stuff. Always nice to see. Yeah, it's nice to have something a little bit different, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, I'm all for team liveries and all that sort of stuff, but it's always nice to go a little bit off-piste in that instance. Let's have a look back a little bit here. So Carlo Durazio, he obviously got spun by Merlion Van Veen a little while ago. He's going to be trying to work his way back up. Had a good qualifying, did Durazio. Dropped 12 positions, so yeah, started P4 on the grid, now back down to P16. Sensibly though, Mark, have to say, I'm calling back to the incident before, did just kind of sit and wait and let that happen and let guys come past and waited for a space rather than getting the red mist, the frustration out there and just trying to get back on track, if that makes sense.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with a message I've just had.
That's fine. You go do what you need to do. If you need to drop out, you let us know. We'll carry on in earnest. Back up to the front of the grid then, we've got Greg Ellis, who's leading the way for one of the two PLR esports teams. This is the Squirrel Racing car. We've got Zunabovic a little bit further back. By the way, if I'm butchering any of these pronunciations, those of you who know these people in the chat, please let me know. Whether it's on Discord, I am in the endurance server, or if you want to just let me know how you can pronounce it via YouTube chat, I'll do my best to try and do it. I would like to make sure it gets right. But Greg Ellis under immense pressure from the Aston Martin of Angus Fender at the moment in the Rev Sport car, the number one, a rather presumptuous number choice, but nice to see. You can just see the charity logo there just sitting underneath the rear spoiler of the Ferrari 296 down the Hangover straight. Fender's going to shape to the inside as he's just going to sit that one back though. He's going to wait a little bit longer, not going to do anything just yet. Just waiting to turn the screw a touch, one might think, before he makes that move. Of course, long old race. We're only just over 10 minutes in, so plenty of time still. as Zunabovic behind has actually made the move on Jason Pooley, so he's now back up into P3. You can see.
I thought I'd lost David. Then your comms completely dropped out.
No, I'm still here.
What?
I'm still here. Still being recorded on via OBS, so I think maybe that might be a you problem, sir.
Possibly a me. It's always a me. Let's be honest.
I thought you had super fancy, fast country-based broadband now.
I do have super fancy, dancy country in the middle of nowhere broadband. It's brilliant. Angus Fender.
Yeah, change for the lead.
Took the lead. Look at that.
Got that done. Let's have a quick look back and see what happened there. Let's see what he can do. Just gets around the outside of farm. And if you can do that, you do get the inside into village and has managed to... Sorry, wrong way around. Village into the loop, sorry. Apologies, I'm getting my corner names mistaken. But yeah, you go. Outside turns to inside. And it looks like Zunabovic has made the same move as well. That will come back to that one in a second. Let's see if we can spot what's happened here. Let's go back and do the same. I wonder if there was this team orders potentially, do you think? It looked like Greg Ellis maybe made that one a little bit easier than he needed to. And it's PLR, swaps of PLR. So now it's back as you were for the top two in the qualifying session. Angus Fender leaves Dean Zunabovic on to lap 7 it will be now.
Lap 7 of what? Oh, how many do you reckon? Should we do the maths?
No. I'm not doing the maths.
No.
I tell you what would be a really
favourite.
easy way to do the maths, and I'm going to plug his stream once more. I've done this twice now. Is check out Dan Crinston's stream, because he uses Race Labs, and I know he shares it on his stream, so you'll be able to actually see what they estimate the amount of laps to be.
Oh, wow.
Really does depend on how quickly people are going to go, though. Jason Pooley currently holding that fastest lap at 1:58.9. So we're about 2 and a bit seconds off of where we were. I think what we'll probably see, Mark, is we'll see what the absolute pace is from this leader in the form of Angus Fender in a few moments' time when he crosses the line. Because he's already started to pull a little bit of a gap. He's already over a second ahead of Zunabovic in the 21 Audi. I think it's going to be a short period of time before we see another fastest lap coming through there.
Yeah, I think during the night we might see some fast laps popping in. I'm not sure how much ACC models the sort of the performance difference between nighttime and daytime, but it's the golden hour or something like that. That's when you get the sort of the fast laps at any endurance event. Mid early morning doors.
Yeah, it's I think it's more to do with the temperature, isn't it? I think you find with basically the lower the temperature. I mean, I think that as far as I understand, there is kind of like a baseline, so it can't be like 1 degree and you'll be quick. But I think there is a certain amount to it. As Jeffrey Van Exel in the Knicks Racing Series Mustang is under pressure from another Mustang on the grid of Simon Wilkes. It's 3 Mustangs in a row, although Bashik is a little bit further ahead. And then we've got Watts just sitting in the background, just waiting to see. And there is that fastest lap I was expecting from Angus Fender, a 58.6, which is slightly quicker than everybody else. It's 0.3 quicker than the next fastest lap, which was the one that Jason Pooley had a moment ago. He's got 1.3 seconds to Zunabovic now, so he is starting to stretch the legs of that V8 Aston and starting to create a little bit of a gap, a little bit of breathing room, you might say, for himself just ahead.
Absolutely. I may have to just dive out for a couple of minutes, but then I will be back.
We'll see you shortly. We'll see you shortly.
See you in a bit.
Back up. Let's look a bit further down the grid now. Let's have a look back towards some of the battling. A little bit further back down the grid, we've got Matthew Wilkinson in the number 2 McLaren. He's got Bartolucci close for company just in behind. He's about 0.3 back, so he's going to look to get a little bit of a slipstream down the Hanger Straight. Let's see if we've had any message in the chat that is worth picking up on. James White confused as to how P2 started a car length ahead of P1. I did notice that as well. I don't know whether that is partly to do with Angus maybe being a little bit more cautious on the start. Who knows? Not that it matters now, because we're back in race order and Angus is starting to stretch his legs a little bit, as I said before. Also noticed that you mentioned that you got a free pole as well, James, which I love to see. Benefiting from the qualities that other people have in the team, which is the right way to do it. It's a team event. And Master, we support our team and also the cast, which looks really nice and professional. Thank you so much. We do always try and make sure that these streams look as best as they possibly can. I'm glad to see that is being noticed in the chat as well. So thank you. Very kind of you to say. So Wilkinson still keeping ahead of Bartolucci. Nothing happening here just yet. Let's have a look back up here. We've got a potential change for position here. Knicks Racing Series Marco Onyemachi and Dan Crinston alongside each other. I mean, I assume it's Dan Crinston. I don't actually know who's in the car. but they're going to be side by side down the Wellington Straight. They're going to get very, very close, but Crimson's going to have the inside line going into Brooklands, and you would think, barring any miraculous send around the outside, that will be position done, and that is right. So that will be Crimson up into 17th now, I believe it will be. It's not updated just yet. Yeah, 17th he'll be on grid. And then there's Martin Roundtree in the Sim Racing Anonymous team. Sim Racers Anonymous, I should say, sitting in just behind. And again, probably just waiting for a potential move if he can. Rich Pixley gets the move done on Aidan Tan in the number 23 Ferrari, who's going to be under pressure a little bit from Chevrolet in the RRT Porsche as well, as they go into Maggots and Beckett's, forming single file, and the Wild Things racing car in what is a special looking livery, it has to be said, looking really nice. Denise Pope bringing the noise on that one. I'm sure I saw this on Twitter. If you're in it, Denise, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a bit of an amalgamation of kind of old and new, which is really nice to see. I remember the oldest one that I saw being that kind of grey with black tinge on there as well, so really, really nice. And of course, it wouldn't be Rich Pixley without being in the Nissan GTR, of course. First drive-through of the day goes to this man, Jake Spinner, in the 757 motorsport car. It's the 198, which is a little bit confusing, but has got himself a drive-through, so he'll have to serve that in a few minutes. This event, probably worth just pointing out, is being live stewarded. I think it's going to be the whole way through. Speaking of which, I've just noticed there's a steward in the chat. Ash, good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Nice to have you back from your exploits across the Atlantic over in Canada. How is the stewarding going so far? Been relatively well behaved, I would say.
Yeah, we've not had anything yet, so may it continue that way.
Long may it continue, exactly. It's what we like to see. It's what we like to see. How does it feel being on the stewarding side of a race like this? Would you? I mean, naturally, I'm sure you prefer to be driving, but is it? Do you feel like you miss it that much when you're watching other people instead of yourself? That sometimes.
No, I mean, obviously, everybody enjoys driving more than not, but no, it's nice to be able to. The stewarding's a bit more relaxed than the racing. Obviously, you don't have to worry about strategies and other cars and stuff like that, so you can kind of pop in and out and do the reports as and when they come in, and sort of do your own little things on the side throughout the day. So it's not too bad. Yeah,
just have to do your just have to just watch everyone else and deal with all the moans and groans afterwards, because naturally someone won't agree with the decision, even if it was definitely their fault.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we always get one or two every now and again. So, but generally speaking, I mean, with our community, everyone's pretty good anyway. So
yeah, exactly. Tends to be pretty well behaved. From Marley Watts of the Motorsport Car 776, going to try and get round the outside. Stowe into Club, he's going to be on the inside, but Van Excel is going to keep the position, is he? And this is going to give Pixley a chance. No, he's going to go around the outside. That's a great move. Through goes Pixley. I couldn't not do that, could I really? That felt very appropriate, but Marley Watts is a great move. Goes around the outside, and Pixley gets the move as well. So that's 2 positions dropped for Van Excel there. That was a lovely move from Marley Watts, wasn't it, Ash? I mean, he held that. That was a little bit wide on the exit of Club, but great move to hold it around the outside there.
Yeah, Rich's move was similar to the Hamilton move a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, through goes Pixley. You love to see it. It's a very opportunistic move, and it is one that you can do through there when people battle like they do. It's relatively easy to get that move done when you see people doing that, because naturally your defence there is going to be to push the other driver wide, so it does open that position up. So great opportunity. You have to be there to make the move at the end of the day. So good work from Pixley to get himself up into 11th place and closing in on a top 10 position as we enter the 22nd minute of this race. Still 23 hours, 39 minutes and 44 seconds to go. No time at all in the grand scheme of things.
Has it only been 20 minutes, really?
I feel like
it feels like longer already.
I feel like we've had enough action for it to be the full 24 anyway. It's been very, very busy. Very, very busy.
It's good, though. It's good. It's good to have a busy opening half an hour. You know, gives you guys out there watching something to get excited about, shall we say? As we see, Van Ven for Bal. Oh, we're going to butcher this name, aren't we?
Marine Van Veen.
That'll do.
You've got to say it with confidence, and then people will believe what you're saying.
That'll do. Yeah, I'm not awake enough to be confident. I'm going to need a lot more coffee to get me through today.
You were starting the coffees at 8:30.
That's quite late for me to have a coffee, to be fair. Normally I'm up sort of 6:30. Straight in there, coffee machine on, gosh. But today I thought I better have a lie-in.
It's funny because this is exactly the kind of chatter that people want in a 24-hour live stream, is talking about when you have caffeine on a certain time of the day and stuff like that. But sometimes, I mean, that's what happens. Or thought Aiden Tam was going to get the move done into Village there, but just showed the nose from Jeffrey Van Exel. I don't know if you were in the chat, Mark, but did you see the move from Pixley on Van Exel a moment ago?
I did not, I'm afraid.
Oh, you missed an absolute stormer. I mean, you're not an F1 fan, so if I say through goes Pixley, you won't have any idea what I'm referencing, I'm sure. But
knowing Pixley, it was a absolute stormer of a move. I know what that guy's like when it comes to racing.
Very opportunistic is the way I would describe it.
Fantastic.
Very, very good to see. Let's do a quick check up on the pos per card. Simon Wilkes in 8th place, so getting some more positions done. Connection issues aside, doing a fantastic job so far. He keeps making my my broadcast app look a little bit confused because it keeps saying that he disappears and then people gain positions and they lose them again. But still going.
That's where I jumped off to. I think we've solved that. He was streaming, but his upload speed was sort of dipping quite a lot. So he's actually cancelled his own live stream of the race, and so far seems to be working. Seems to be all right. So fingers crossed. But he's going to restart his router for anyone concerned.
Anyone who wants to watch the Simon Wilkes stream, which I do, to be fair, it's always good to watch a little bit of him when he did the iRacing North 24 a couple of weeks ago. It's always nice to see how the guys are getting on. And then Colin Dunn I was going to say he was in 21st place. He's now up to 19th according to this. 20th, I don't know which way around it is. I'm getting 3 different instances here. I've got Timing Tower 21st. There we go. Let's go 20th because everything's synced up now. And I think that's because of this man, Forestier David in the Red Line Racing team. I think he just went a little bit off-piste going through Max and Beckett's, and that is a massive slide from William Hartley through Stowe there. That was a big old slide, and as a result loses a position to Isaac Dodd. That is a very, very nice livery, I have to say, on the CWD racing car. Very aggressive, very noticeable, very nice colour combinations as well.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to the HHD racing guys. They have been exceptional on their donations for the charity event. I'm just scrolling back on.
Sorry, it went sideways through farm.
I wasn't looking. I'm just scrolling backwards through all the donations we've had, but there were some absolute stormers from those guys. Yeah, there we go. So the initial donation £20, but then either someone they work for or someone they know, Impact Computing. I want to say a big thank you to you guys for donating £100. Absolutely brilliant. Adam G was another one of their supporters. He was a 50 quid. And then loads more as well. You know, those guys have, I think they've possibly pushed us by £200 on this donation. And if you haven't donated, do it. Come on. This is for charity, guys. Get it done. We're over £820 now.
Links in the chat, so make sure you are putting your donations in. Any little amount is always appreciated. It doesn't matter if you've got £1 or 20 or 100, like anything genuinely is massively appreciated. I've just noticed Carlo Durazio in the pits. I'm not sure if anything has happened here. Let's see if we can find nothing on the contact tracker, and I'm not going to go and do a minute-long replay, so possibly... But he did obviously get caught up in some damage earlier on in the race, so possibly a byproduct of that potentially. Yeah,
his was one of the cars at the start that was turned round, I believe.
Yeah, spun just going through club by Maren Van Veen. Nice to see. Okay, nice to always see. This is the kind of a community that we strive to be. A message in the Discord chat pretty much as soon as it happened, judging by the timestamps, with an apology from one of the other guys in the 305 car, just to say, look, really sorry, it wasn't intentional. Sure, it's nice to see.
That's what you want. I mean, how often would that happen in real world motorsport? You know, how often would Rossi or someone like that, you know, hold up their hand and go, I'm really sorry, my fault.
I mean, Esteban Ocon after the Monaco Grand Prix did, but it didn't necessarily have the same vibe. I think that was more of a, oh god, someone's told me I have to post on X, and maybe I'll just do it.
Yeah, you've got to wonder if there's a bit of social media coaching going on. Was it Colin looming large behind?
He's going to go for the move into Brooklands. He's going to get alongside. He's going to push the McLaren wide. Going to have the inside into Luffield though. Is he going to get the move done? Is Colin? He's going to go slightly wide though. Go slightly deep through there, and you can just see on the right hand side there of the camera, you can see Colin's just going to get edged out a little bit.
Wow,
really good racing from those two there. No quarter given.
Incredible battling, and it's only half an hour in. What if they're doing this for the entire race?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great fun if you could do that for the entire race, wouldn't it? It probably wouldn't do your timings at times any good. You'd probably end up dropping back as a result, but
absolutely incredible.
Would be great fun as they come through Maggots and Beckett's one more time. And Wilkinson looks like he's maybe got a little bit of a shade on Colin through that one, and Colin's actually dropped back a little bit towards David behind. He's going to be under pressure as they come onto the hanger straight. He's getting a little bit of a flash from the McLaren behind. There's a little bit of a disturbance tactic, Colin, possibly.
Colin's in a McLaren sandwich right there,
And it looks like David's going to go up the inside as he, gets the move done. Looks like Colin didn't necessarily want to fight that one too much.
I think with endurance racing, I'm sure Ash will back me up on this one. You pick your battles, don't you? You start to learn who are the quick guys out there, who are the guys that I don't necessarily want to have fighting me, and meaning I lose time. Do you agree with that, Ash? I think that's pretty true, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely in an endurance race, especially one this long. You're going to lose a lot more time if you get caught up in an incident. You don't need to force it in something like this. Definitely not.
Yeah, because you're gonna waste your tires battling with someone that is maybe half a second quicker than you on track, and tire preservation is definitely key, especially with this. It's 70-minute stints, which is a bit longer than most other endurance events out there, I think. And I'm going to be really interested to see as we approach half an hour in, the next half an hour, who's going to pit on the hour and who's going to drag that stint out, possibly with tyres that are getting really quite shot. Just
looking at the times for pits, sorry, I just got across you there, but Carlo Durazio in the pits for 1:27. I mean, his actual time stopped was 59 seconds, so presumably got caught up in a little bit more damage on the car. And fixing that result, we've got Bashik in the Polish Eagle Hunters car as well. He's also in the pits. He's been in there for just over a minute now as well, so starting to see some potential damage-based pit stops, just based on the fact that we are, like I say, halfway through, or just under halfway through the stint time.
Yeah, I mean, what's your strategy, Ash, when you get damaged? Do you have a figure, a time that if it's over, say, 15 seconds, do you pit or do you stay out?
It all depends on how it's. I don't even look at how long it's going to take to fix it, to be honest. It all depends on how it's affecting the car, and how much pace we're losing. So depending on where you get hit affects the car differently. So if it's rear, obviously it will make the car a little bit twitchy, because you lose the rear downforce. But if you get hit on the front or something like that, obviously you lose a bit of front downforce, so you get understeer and therefore lose pace. The rear sometimes you can deal with if you can drive around it. The front you cannot drive around, you just get understeer and lose pace. So it's basically a case of we just sit and analyse how much pace we're losing and see, and then compare that to how long it's going to take to repair it. I've done endurance races, maybe not 24 hours because you'd lose more in a 24 hour, because obviously you're dragging that damage along for a lot longer. But say if it was a 3-hour race or something like that, there may be instances where I don't bother fixing it because the pace difference isn't enough to be worth it.
Interesting. Sorry, I've just spotted something on the live chat.
Yes.
The Mustang currently in the pits. Is it moving again? I haven't seen.
They're back up and running again. Yep, still going. Victor's back out.
They had an internet issue, but they are back up and running.
Yeah, it does look like we've actually lost a driver as well. I'm not sure who we've lost. We've gone down to 28 in the server now. It doesn't suggest it on the broadcast app, but it does suggest it in the timing tower, and I can see that. So I'm not sure who we've lost. Trying to do a bit of due diligence, but I can't quite spot it. So keep an eye out for that and just see if anyone does have the opportunity to drop back in again.
According to my list, we're still good, but hey, I'm just one person.
You can see Aiden
What a
Tan.
race.
Absolutely.
What a race so far.
Been a real barnstormer so far. Jeffrey Van Exel is in 11th place at the moment. You can just see him in that Mustang, the kind of cream and orange one, just dipping in and out of your picture. He has been kept very, very busy in this first, 32 minutes or so. He's now got 3 cars who look particularly racy behind him. The first one of these is Aiden Tan. We've then got Dan Crinson behind him. And then we've got Florian Chevreul behind him in the Redline Racing Team car as well. So plenty of people just, I wouldn't say queuing up because Jeffrey's clearly got some pace behind him, but certainly getting closer and closer and probably making his mirrors a little bit busier and busier as the time goes on.
Yeah, now that is one of the Nix Racing Series cars. There's 2 of them out there. The other one currently driven by Mark Onimakis, as we just see Chevrolet.
He's going to get 2 positions here. He got Crinson out,
doing it.
Got Crinson out of the loop and then got Aiden Tan as he went deep into Brooklands. Lovely stuff from him.
Is Dan going to hold that around the outside? No, he's going to slide behind. But yeah, there's 2 of the Nix Racing team. So the A team, as they have called themselves, they are car 101. They are currently behind the 102 car, their sister car out there. Now, is there going to be a bit of team competition there, I wonder?
Who knows? Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting. I mean, we're so early on in the race, aren't we? I don't think we'll see too much happening straight away, but certainly something to keep an eye out for as time goes on. We're on board here with Greg Ellis. He's got Merrin Van Veen very close behind, and that is Victor Bashik just ahead of him. So he'll be moving out of his way, I'm sure, in just a second. But that Bohinia Motorsport car, the Aston Martin, the 29 of Van Veen just behind, has been behind within about half a second for the majority of the last probably 15 minutes or so. It's one of those where, and again, you guys both know this, we all do, anyone who's raced before, it's always so difficult to keep that measure of concentration when you know there's someone so close behind you. Even if they're not quicker than you, if they can stick with you in this kind of period of a race, it can be so distracting as the car in front, can't it?
Yeah, and I like to do the little sort of flick out, coming into a braking area. Not necessarily going for a move, but just moving offline, just unsettling that car ahead. I'm sure Ash has actually done it to me before in a race as well. He might be able to confirm that.
No comment.
But it's true, yeah. That means he has done it to me. He's, you do spend a lot of your time. You try not to look at your rearview mirror, but sometimes you just have to, don't you?
Oh, I've got into the habit now of if I can see like a car, or I can see on your relative, if you can see a car catching or whatever, I tend to just turn the relative off because.
Oh really?
Yeah, I just turn it off so there's nothing on the left-hand side of my screen because it puts me off. So I just turn it off so I don't know if he's catching or not on the timing screen. Because I find I make more mistakes because I tend to keep watching it and then make mistakes. So I'm like, right, I'm just going to turn it off, concentrate on looking forward, and that seems to have helped a lot.
That is a really interesting way of doing it. I might have to take that on board for our next GT3 race or GT4 race.
I've seen. Do you know what? I've seen some of the big guys do that. James Baldwin, I've seen do that, and if it works for someone like him, then you assume it works for most of the people, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I got it as a bit of advice from one of the drivers that I drive with a bit, and it does help a lot. I mean, it doesn't help. You can still zoom in your mirrors, but it's a bit more scary when you can see the times coming down from like 8 seconds to like 6 seconds and then 4 seconds. But I think it's helped me a lot.
It's so easy to pay so much attention to that sort of thing. You're absolutely right. Like I find in any race, I've got my relative on 24/7, and I'm always looking at it. Now I will try as hard as I can to not look at it when we're in some sort of corner or something like that. But it's so hard not to when you see them changing so frequently, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So you see
It's,
Greg Ellis.
it's really difficult.
Yeah, Greg Ellis still holding on to P3. Mervyn Van Veen still close behind. It's PLR 2-3 at the moment. We've got Dean Zunobovic in second place. Angus Fender just stretching out that gap at the front a little bit. 7 seconds is the gap now. He's not gone hugely amounts quicker than he has done before. Fastest lap still a 58.6, so still a couple of seconds off of the pole time in qualifying. We have to remember, of course, that these guys are running much heavier fuel loads in these early knockings of the race, and even at this point of the stint, probably still using more than a tank of fuel would have been in qualifying. 28 car back out and running. It looks like we are now back up to full complement. I don't know who it was we lost. It might have been one of the EOS cars of Davide Tassinato, starting from the pit lane, now back down in 28th place and in the pit lane at the moment. So I wonder if it might have been himself who we lost briefly, but back up to the full complement once more, which is always nice to see.
I do like to see that we have a full packed grid. I've just spotted a comment on the U of Tube. Ricardo Freza, second place in Audi. What happened on ACC? And then some kind of scary face. Ricardo, we're running custom bop. That's how there is an Audi in second place and an Aston Martin absolutely flying away. I mean,
that's because the Aston Martin is just the elite car.
And it is driven by an actual GT3 driver.
That helps.
But, well, ignoring that, all aside, there is a custom bop. So the Aston is plus 15 kilograms, the Audi plus 22, Ferrari plus 21. In fact, I can do the whole grid here because I can see all the cars. The Mustang plus 26, making it even heavier. The Nissan, zero bop. The Porsche minus 20. Who else we've got? Lamborghini is plus 5 kilograms. The McLarens are both plus 11. And I believe that's all the cars that we have. We've only got a smattering of manufacturers.
Is it Lamborghini?
I did say Lamborghini. They are plus 5 kilograms.
I'll be honest, I wasn't really listening, so
that sounds about right for you. So yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 manufacturers represented. That's it. Out of the entire field of how many cars is there?
29.
Yeah. Well, how many cars are there on an ACC?
Oh god, now that's a pub quiz question.
Do you know what? I can easily find this out. I'm just going to go and look in my custom liveries folders, and then I can count how many wireframes they have.
You do have to keep in mind that there are a few cars that have been superseded in that time, so you kind of have to discount the non-Evos and older versions of cars.
Yeah, if you're talking current gen, there's probably 12 or so, I would think, isn't there?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to
say that. I'm pretty sure there is a Lambo, the old Lambo, on the grid.
I believe you are right. I would have to go and double check on.
Here we are. Found him.
Yeah.
Dylan Botbray.
There he is. Red Clover.
That does explain some of the times I've seen coming in.
I'm just going
in the nicest way possible. Drive-through for Tassinato, second drive-through of the day. Ricardo approves of your bot, by the way, Mark. I don't know if you've seen that message in the chat. He's very pleased. No. He said, "This is a good bot." I'm guessing he's an Audi driver normally and wants to keep that.
Possibly.
Here we see Jeff. Sorry, I nearly had Chevrolet in the RRT car. Looking, he's all over the back of the Mustang here. Is he going to make a move into Village? He's not going
Mustang's
to
a
just
big car to get past as well.
I was going to say, you've got to really put the moves on that one. He's going to try. Is he going to try for the switch back here? As they go through Village, through the loop. Sorry, out towards it.
In the sausage.
Aintree, no, still can't get it done. That's the thing. You've got so much pace. Although he's got a good run as they go on to the Wellington Straight, is he going to try and get it done? Looks like Van Exel's going to shape to the inside and then come back across. Crinson in the background as well, trying to get past Tan. Is he going to get that move done? Yes, he is. He gets that move done into Brooklyn. So that's a change of position for P13. And as it stands, Jeffrey Van Exel still having to hold off and still doing so successfully at this moment in time. And James White in the chat, Angus cooking well. Angus cooking well indeed, James. Cannot agree with you more. 7.5 seconds is the gap at current. Although it seems to be kind of ebbing and flowing around the 7 seconds mark. I've seen it go up to 8, I've seen it drop down about 6.5. So it's a little bit all over the place at the moment. Zunobovic still managing to keep a little bit of a touch and distance on the back of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, I've just been through my list. There are 15 current gen GT3
Oh,
cars.
I was close of 12.
I am, of course, including the mighty Lexus in that, and the Jaguar G3.
Oh, I mean, you can't count the Jag.
You can.
Yeah.
What a car!
The Jag.
What a car!
Oh, dear.
Okay, if you discount the Jag, 14. But
Yeah.
you know that is your current gen. Aston Martin V8, Audi R8, LMS Evo 2, Bentley Continental. I'm surprised you haven't seen any Bentleys on track actually. That's normally quite a solid car to run at Silverstone.
Bentleys haven't. They're basically non-existent now. I know. I can't remember the last time I've seen one on track.
Oh, this is going to be close again. Look at this. Chevrolet gets such a better run through farm. He's going to try it this time on the interior of the car. No, not going to see it again. I'm only doing this because Ricardo said he wants to see the skill of the Porsche driver, and I'm quite intrigued by this. This is quite a nice little view to have. He's going to get the inside of he's going to get a nice run. No, he still can't get it done. Like you say, I mean, this is where you can really see the width of that Mustang. That thing is an absolute unit. When you're on the straight, oh, is he going to go to it? He's going to shift to the inside. Is he going to get closed out? Let's get back out so we can actually see what's going on
enough
here.
Space there.
He's going to get the line. He's alongside into Brooklands, and there you go. Is he going to hold on to the move? It looks like he is. That was a really nice entry into Brooklands there. Kept it fairly tight. Goes through Luffield. Move successfully done for his Chevrolet up to P11, and Dan Crimson's right on the. It's like listening to Jaws. I could just hear like a durner.
Yeah.
Although Van Exel is still going to look for the move. Is he? He's going to go for it.
Is he going to look for the move on the inside?
Oh God, he nearly went into cops. Oh, a little bit of contact that was there between the two of them. I didn't actually see what happened there. As Crinson's not made the move either. Let's see what happened there. Let's go to the helicam as they come up the back up the main straight, because XL dropped out. Oh my word, that was really odd.
Well held by Dan though, not getting into the kitty litter.
Very well held indeed. I think that was Jeffrey Van Exel just kind of trying to escape the rear end of that Porsche of Chevrolet, and well, Dan's rightfully gone to the outside thinking he might get something, and just 2 into 1 isn't going to go. So there you have it.
Standard maths there. even I can do those maths.
Thanks, Mark. That was really nice. Not at all condescending. Was a move P5? Is it potentially Bentley's out? Oh, there's another Ferrari in the mix there as well. I think that's a back marker we had there, because it was Pooley who was holding on to the position. Van Lieshout is sitting in behind. These guys have been super close for the entirety of the race so far, pretty much. We've got a car off, car number 15.
Yeah, yellow flag.
Norman Nicolai. Let's see what happened here. All coming together between the Aston Martin and the McLaren. Is there going to be any contact with the wall? There's not. Nice little pirouette
well
from the
held.
McLaren. Very, very well held.
I've never seen a McLaren dance in the air like that, but kudos there for reversing off the racing line. Norman Nicolai, that was fantastic. Or was
Absolutely.
it? Who was it? Yeah, it was Norman.
Yeah, it was Nicolai who. Yeah, Nicolai held onto the car. Did a really good job to not. Like, the normal reaction there is to almost let off the brakes and let the car just roll into the wall, isn't it? So
yeah,
really, really nicely done to hold on to that. Very good job done indeed. Yeah, it looks like, we are back up to full complement now. So Fabry Cook in the EOS car, the 306, is back up and running. Absolutely shimmying that Ferrari through Maggots and Beckett's. Bashik a few laps ahead now. So they've dropped back a couple of laps. You've got Dylan Bopre in the Red Clover car. A couple laps back as well. I think Carlo Durazio, the final of the cars, on the lead lap.
Definitely ebb and flowing between the back markers at the moment. But this is endurance racing. There is still 23 hours and 15 minutes left. You know, those cars can easily slide themselves up and up. I saw it myself at Daytona, which I raced in December, I want to say.
On my birthday.
It was on your birthday, on AC. Unfortunately, my team, we had some connection issues. One of our drivers had a ridiculous ping, so we had to pit early and make some changes. We ended up about 5-6 laps down in the first hour. But by the end of the race, we were almost within touching distance of the lead lap. So it just shows anything can happen in endurance racing.
It definitely does. Long way to go. Speaking of anything can happen, change for third position. Greg Ellis has relinquished the third spot on the podium, and Marion Van Veen has got himself up into P3. Unfortunately, there's no record of the actual change in position, so unfortunately can't see exactly what happened there.
I've just been asked if pit wall is actually working, David.
It's not.
A couple of the teams are asking over in the Discord if you're able to sort that out.
Right.
And then our wonderful viewers over here on YouTube will be able to watch as well.
I'll disappear briefly. Watch this space. You guys fill. I'll sort things out. I'll do some tech support on my end.
Oh God.
What do we fill with? Song and dance, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll sing a tune. I don't mind. Well, I mean, I've got the race up on my screen. However, it's only on Mr. Wilkes at the moment because obviously I have a slight vested interest in that car. He is absolutely flying.
While we're filling, I've got a question. Is Mr. Crimson doing it solo?
Yeah, we've mentioned this a few times now. So, Dan, it's the official team name for Mr. Crimson's car and the 757 Lamborghini is Crimson and Friends. He is literally doing a driver swap in his front room.
Right. So he's doing it with his friends in the same rig. Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And if only we all lived a bit closer, we could do that. It would be an absolutely brilliant weekend away, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It would, it's a real unique way of racing an endurance event. I don't know the skill level of the other drivers in the car with Dan. Obviously, we know that Dan is a pretty quick driver on his own. But I mean, I don't even know how he's worked on setup with them. Do you reckon he's had like a couple of evenings a week with them, just like, hey guys, pop over, let's sink a beer and work on the setup? You know.
I would love to see how they've been practicing all week.
There is a picture up on X, as it's now known, with Dan. Well, with Dan's mate. I think it's Craig who's in the car at that point. But currently, I can tell you it is Dan in the car. I'm just trying to find. There's the picture. I found the picture. I'm not sure how we're going to show you this picture, but I have found the picture. I will send it to David, and I'll see if he can actually get it up on the streams. I think it'd be fantastic for you all to see it.
I can do that.
I'm gonna pop it into not there. That's actually a link to what I've already saved. I need to use my phone. I'm just clearly more coffee is needed, boys and girls, for me.
Send me the picture over. What I can't do is get Pitwall to work because I've noticed they've changed everything they do and now we don't have a server anymore, which is great. So that'll be something we'll have to pick up as a separate point after this race. So if anyone wants to set one up, I will more than happily post that in the chat. We'll post it around.
There is one. Dan did one.
I was going to say, I know someone did. Yeah. So if you share it around, I'll happily put that in place and we'll get that sorted. But apologies. It's been a while since we've had to do any of this, really, to be fair. So
yeah, I'm off scrolling. See what I can find.
And then you find me that image and I'll pop that up on as well.
I just sent that image. It should have sent. Yes.
Don't have it.
I didn't send it to you personally. I sent it into our secret squirrel stewarding chat.
Oh, that's why you didn't say that.
See if I can find it.
Right, let's do a little bit of jiggery pokery on the stream, then, shall we? Right. Whoever told you you should do live stream changes is an absolute liar.
I feel like I've pushed you into this one.
You definitely have.
David.
I'm going to do something clever. Hold on. This should be fairly straightforward. Which one is? I regret everything.
This is not David's first rodeo, boys and girls. I'd like to point that one out.
Although he is making out to be at the moment.
I'm making out to be absolutely terrible at the moment, aren't I? Doing
clearly, we've been wasting too much time doing the pos per pit wall.
There you go. So
pos per pit stop. Even.
There we go.
There it is.
There
that's Craig, boys and girls. That is Craig racing on Dan Crimson's rig. Clearly, it's nice and warmer there as well. He's in shorts. Look at that. Now, I wonder, are they going to be sinking any beers throughout the event? Who's going to be doing the cooking? Oh. And in fact, what does Dan's missus think about this?
That's the big thing, isn't it?
We need to get Dan in for an interview. I will send him a message and see if he wants to come in for an interview after his stint.
I have something to note, though. Dan needs to sort his wiring out. That's giving me all sorts of OCD problems.
Yeah, I mean, come on, out there. What's everyone's wiring like? You know, I'm pretty anal with my wiring.
You don't want to see mine. You can't see any wiring.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the Ash level of organisation when it comes to my.
So, a bird would quite happily sit in your nest of wires, sort of thing.
Oh, mine is an absolute mess.
The only downside to my wiring is if I need to change any of my USB leads, I've got to undo a lot of zip ties.
Yep, same. Well, it's my issue.
It's a bit of a pain. Hey, look at this. We're nearly at an hour of racing already done.
Making moves.
Soon we'll get to see if everyone's going to pit at the hour or go to the 70. My view would be you have to go to the 70. But Silverstone is quite heavy on tyres, so...
Also, Mark, are you sure that Dan is the one driving at the moment? Because I'm looking at his stream, and I don't think that's Dan.
Well, I mean, that's what it said on X.
I'm gonna have to go back to a previous stream and look for him
to take the start.
Can I see his face?
I'm gonna go and look as well.
I don't think that's him.
Oh no, that's our live stream.
Oh no, it is him. No, apologies, it is him. I think
it is him. Yeah.
Yeah. My apologies, Dan. I've misidentified you.
Brilliant. Poor Dan. He'll be crying when he watches all this back later.
Well,
it'd be even worse if he'd have said, "I'm sure Dan's more good looking than that."
Yeah, I'm sure his beard looked better than that. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, back to the racing. Now we've digressed.
As you were, gentlemen. As you were.
Oh, hello, Charlotte Perkins. Good to see you racing as well. You're in one of the cars. What are you doing watching the live stream? I'm trying to find your name now on the list. Where are you? I'm sure I've seen you signed up in a car. Maybe not. Maybe I imagined it. Oh no, there you are. You're in with Owen Goldsmith. Car number 776. Aston Martin, I believe that would be one of the Rev Sport Internationals.
That is the second of the Rev Sport cars, yes.
Yeah. SAC team, 6 drivers in that team. Charlotte, I'd love to know, how have you guys worked out your setup for 6 different drivers? Because it's hard enough when there's 4 of you and you all have really varying driving styles. But for 6, is it just a case of one of you dictates this is what you're running, deal with it, or do you have some sort of discussion? We'd love to know.
And I imagine it was more a case of Angus went, "This is a good setup, everybody use it."
Could well be.
In fairness, Angus isn't in their team, so they are going to operate on their own basis. So maybe that's not the case. Who knows?
Maybe.
We shall see. Matthew Wilkinson being chased hard there by Colin, by the looks of things.
This is my way of preparing for me disappearing shortly, because the auto camera is now officially on. Because I was conscious whilst I was trying to figure out the pit wall stuff, I didn't actually change the cameras. So all you did was you just saw, I think it was Greg Ellis for the portion of about 5 minutes. So for those who are of a PLR persuasion, I'm sure you're very happy. For those who are of a neutral persuasion, there you go. Now you can see everybody else as and when it works. Although I have been reliably informed that the auto camera is liable to failure. So
that's not what I wanted to hear.
It's so I've been told. I'm basically now not going to touch it.
Good plan. Good plan. So let's just So for those of you who aren't aware, David won't be able to do the entire live 24-hour stream, but there will be a few of us hopping in and out.
Do you want to know why?
To give you updates. Go on. Let's tell the viewers why.
I've got to paint my bathroom.
You can do it tomorrow.
We'll just let that silence fill the air there.
Yeah, I got to paint my bathroom. We were going to do it last weekend and never did. So,
I mean, you are almost a married man now, so you've got to do these things.
Exactly, and plus, nobody wants to hear me talking for the best part of 24 hours. I think about 7 or so, probably over the course of the race, is probably about enough.
Yeah, there's 2 Ferraris there. This is the battle for 5th, I believe.
It's actually it's a change. So it used to be it was Van Lieshout before. It's Simtek swapped with Simtek. So one of them is now chasing one of them was chasing Jason Pooley. Now the other one is, which is always nice to see.
Oh, they're going to hold that round the outside.
It's going to be a great
Will
move
they-
if Lewis can. He's going to get the cut back.
Yep.
Oh, it's close. Not enough though. Also,
Close,
for those
but no cigar.
for those of you who have got a very childish mind, look at the name on the windscreen of Jason's car when it comes along.
Zoom in now.
You might have to rewind the stream because it just
I might have
came
to
up and then
rewind. Have a look,
disappeared.
yeah. Go
Just
on,
he
tell
came
everyone.
through cops. I'm not going to tell everyone. I'm going to let everyone find out. And if you spot it,
Everyone needs
just
to go
just
on to,
mention
have
what
a
it
look.
is in the chat. We'll all have a bit of fun.
yeah, see if you can spot it, because I can't at the moment.
Just
I've
came
got a
up
really
again.
good view.
Just to be clear, just clarify. I'm on about the LED light strip on the top left corner of the windscreen. As you look at it, look at its name.
Okay.
It's the short name, whatever they call it.
I'll tell you what, I can just hop onto my computer and have a look, can't I? That'd be easier.
Well, you can do. First of the, you'd say, planned pit stops. Aiden Tan coming in with 57 minutes into the race, so slightly earlier than normal. There we go. He's got it now.
I've just seen it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jason. I'm well aware that is your name, and there's nothing you could do to change it. But
I believe that's a SimGrid default. So when it does an entry list, it takes the first 3 letters of a surname.
I've just seen your message in the chat.
I don't want to know. Do I?
Oh, incredible, incredible. There is nothing
missed-
like toilet humour.
Yep. Geek has now confirmed that the setup for the other Aston is heavily
Oh
influenced
yeah,
by
so he has.
Is it really?
Angus's setup.
We love him. Oh. Do you love him enough that you know when he if should we say when he laps you, because it's Angus, we know what he's like. Will you? Is there team orders? That's what I want to know.
So what are they
That's
at the
what I
moment? They're about. I can probably give you a rough idea as to the time behind. I can't remember what the other one is. 776. I'm looking for. Where are you? There you are. You're 42 seconds behind. So they're still more than half a lap ahead.
Oh yeah,
More than half a lap from being lapped, I should say.
yeah.
It's not just Angus driving the car, though. Remember?
No, this is true. We got
No, they've got
Angus
another racing driver, Jack Noller, in there as well. So just the two.
and the
actual
super speedy
racing drivers.
James White as well, who's currently sitting quite high up in the GT4 standings over at Posper.
Yeah, so plenty to look for. Anyway, that's going to be my cue to jump off, chaps, if I can leave you guys to witter away for a little while. I'm not going to ask you to fill, because clearly when I said that a minute ago,
Yeah.
it made you both panic. So I won't do that, but I will love you and leave you. Thank you to everyone who's stopped in so far on the stream. I feel remiss not to mention that. The numbers so far are pretty crazy. We've still got 47 people watching as it stands, which is amazing. So thank you to those of you who've tuned in so far. I'll leave you in the very capable hands, at least for the time being, of Mr. Raddenbury and Ash Coupland as well. And I will see you guys later on.
And hopefully, when David comes back, he'll fix his microphone as well. Because I don't know about you, but that cut in and out a lot for me.
Yep. Same. And it sounds perfectly fine on stream, but Discord is a
does.
mess.
Yeah,
I'm calling that a you. I'm calling that a you problem.
yeah. I call it whatever you want.
We'll
Go
try
and
and fix
paint
that
your
later. It doesn't
bathroom.
matter for now.
Go and paint.
Bye,
your bathroom.
everybody.
Have fun painting.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
we tick down the seconds now until we are hitting 23 hours remaining in this absolutely epic Silverstone race. And I think it has been a bit epic so far, hasn't it, Ash?
Yeah, it's been good. There's been some nice passing, some good racing so far. It's good. What we like to see.
It is what we like to see, and there's been a few apologies cropping up in the Discord channel. Unfortunately, there was a few protests that I may need to dive off and have a bit of a look at in a minute. But all in all, this has been fantastic. Let's give you, boys and girls, a rundown of the entire grid so far, as we've just ticked over 24 hours remaining, 1 hour of racing completed. Out in front, Angus Fender with Jack Noller, James White, and Justin Lin, I want to say. Car number 1, we thought it presumptuous when he called it car number 1, but it is so far the number 1 car. It is out there racing hard. Next up, we've got the only Audi on the grid, number 21. I can't pronounce half their names, and I can't remember their team now. I should probably get the team names up. Should I get the team names up? Where are the team names? Car 21 is the PLR Esports Boba Racing. They're in second. After that, we've got Balhinia Racing Aston Martin number 29, followed by 387, which is Tempest Esports. They had a name change. They were something else before, I'm sure of it. Car 472, that's the Simtech boys in fifth. 473, if I can find them on my list, that's another Simtech team. Simtech running two teams. They're currently both sat in the top 6 as well. That's brilliant. In 7th place, my team. Oh yeah, yes, boys and girls, my team is up there. 751, the Mustang. We then have car 776, the Aston Martin, which is another one of the what are they? A Rev Sport International. Followed then by the Wild Things race team number 79, with Mr. Pixley currently at the helm of the Nissan, the Godzilla. The only Porsche rounds out the top 10, car number 36, Redline Racing Team Official. I think those guys are from Canada. They've come a long way for this. So that's your top 10. As we go down the order, 101 is 11th, 75 is in 12th. Crimson and Friends, literally the guy on his own with his mates in his flat house, whatever he lives in, is in 13th. Possibly unlucky for them, we shall see. Following that, you've got the 102 in 14th. You've got the 218 Ferrari in 15th. The first of the McLarens, number 76, in 16th. Treble of Ferraris following that, then a McLaren, then an Aston, 2 more Ferraris, and another Aston Martin, a Ferrari, a McLaren, a Lambo, a Ford, and then another Ferrari, rounding up your 29 drivers so far as we tick over the hour. Now, this is when we're going to start to see pit stops, isn't it, Ash?
We might see pit stops. I think everybody will push it to the 70, to be honest, mainly because Silverstone has quite a long pit lane. So yeah, I'd be surprised if anybody pits on the hour, but I think you'll probably see it more towards between the 65 and the 70.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. A lot of these drivers will have also done qualifying as well. So do you think there'll be a spot of tiredness? Do you reckon they'll hand over, or do you reckon there'll be an almost effective triple stint going on for a few of them?
I think it's all personal preference, to be honest. I don't tend to see the point in doing double stints because you do get tired about 40 minutes into the second one, and tiredness is never a good thing when you're sim racing. And you can see a pass there with Jan XL. Sorry, not Jan XL. Princeton diving down the inside of Mr. Roundtree.
Yeah, now that's a
getting the
team
move done.
You'll recognise some of the names in that team. In fact, you recognise at least one of them. Joseph Cockin, he is an RC racer from all the way over in Louth. I believe he races 17.5 Blinky, possibly.
Might have been after I stopped.
Could well have been, actually. Could well have been. But yeah, I wonder who's going to blink first on the pit stop. Actually, there is a car in pit lane. I've just spotted number 473 from P6. That's your Simtech Racing number 2 car. They have just headed into pit lane now.
And 236 as well, which is
236.
Oprah. If that's pronounced correctly, I apologise if it's not. Yes, the Lambo, the old Lambo actually, not the Evo,
not the
current
Evo
version of the Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah,
the old Lambo is in the pits.
Fair play to you guys. No bop on your car. Be really interested to see where you guys end up. There's a lot of Giffords in your team as well. Are you all related? I'd love to know.
Number 75 also in the pits. The 75 Ferrari Roundtree's in the pits.
So here we go.
Another car.
There is a yellow flag on pit entry, from what I can see as well. Number 76. That's one of the McLarens. Let's hope that's not going to be an issue for some of the drivers. Unfortunately, in fact, I'll pick up on a question from Rafal Milk on the live stream chat. Please show car 28, his Polish team. Unfortunately, we have no control on the cameras now. We put it to auto camera because David needs to go and paint his bathroom. So you're stuck with what we can see, basically. as I need to go and have a look and see what's going on with that car. 76. Where is it? Oh, there's been a stop-go for car 236 exiting pit lane, Ash.
Yep, there has indeed.
What do we reckon? Speeding in a pit lane?
Yeah, most definitely. It's generally what happens here. It's quite a fast entry into the pit lane itself, and it's the line is literally after a blind corner, so it's quite easily done here.
It is. I've actually lost car 76 on my screen. I can't seem to find them. I wanted to see what
Unless that was a
happened.
hardware issue, maybe.
I don't know. We've still got 29 cars.
Unless they RTG'd.
Possibly. I'm going through the list. I've just spotted the Wild Things is in the pit. Pit lane's looking busy. 4 cars in there at present. The crews are dancing around all the cars. Nope, no idea where that's gone. Yeah, bizarre. But never mind. We will keep trucking as we see Isaac Dodd, CWD Racing. Now, is he going to go for another lap? He has time. If he go, where are we on track actually? Oh, he's going for another lap. Sorry, it's all going wrong. Ah, our car having steering wheel disconnect. Car 76. Somebody has just posted in the chat. Are you guys back out, or are you guys unfortunately calling it? If you are coming back in, please tag me in Discord and I will get a safety full caution yellow instigated so you can join nicely.
A few more cars pit in. So they're obviously just after the hour. They're not trying to push the envelope too far. It looks like there's a few more drivers that are waiting to get a bit closer to this 70-minute mark, which is around about now anyway. So we're 70 minutes into the race now. So, well, 69 minutes in, just about.
Yeah.
So, yeah, now's about the right time to see the rest of the cars come in, I think.
Yeah, if you were on sort of, say, the hangar straight about now, I think you'd be thinking, I need to get into the pit lane soon.
Don't want to get a penalty for going over the same timer.
Definitely not. Definitely not. It'll be really interesting to see now. Obviously, a couple of cars are possibly going to change hands, as it were. We'll see a different set of drivers dropping in for various teams. Do you reckon there's going to be some pace differences across the board, or will we still see the same teams out on top?
I think there'll be a little bit of pace differences. Obviously, Angus is very quick. It's obviously got other fast drivers in the car, but some maybe not as quick as Angus. So we'll see a bit of pace differences, and I know in some of the other teams there are some slower drivers and some fast drivers in there, so there'll be a little bit of that to and fro in through the race, but it'll level itself out by the end, I think.
Yeah. As we see, Colin Dunn, the 750 car, Positive Perception Esports, he's probably going to hit it just before the line. There's quite a few cars there that have inadvertently cocked up, shall we say, on pit entry. Jack Mace, number 2 McLaren, he's got to drive through. Is it Rory Gifford? Someone Gifford. He's got to stop go 30. That's going to be speeding. Martin with the 77 McLaren. That's a stop go 30. That is also going to be a. In fact, I've just spotted they're on 32 laps. And they're on 77. I've got a horrible feeling that they have just rejoined in the incorrect order. I will have to hop into a chat with them and see what's going on. I'll tell you what, boys and girls, myself and Ash, we're just going to leave you now for a couple of minutes. We'll let you enjoy watching the stream as it ticks by. We need to go and deal with a couple of small little things that are going on in the background. I'm sure we will be back shortly. Hello, boys and girls. I'm back sooner than expected. I'm hoping that we're going to have a very, 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 very special guest in 2 seconds. Mr. Crimson has just finished his stint. Even though the car on your screen is saying it is Daniel Crimson, I can wholeheartedly assure you that it's not Daniel Crimson in the car. It is one of the many, many teammates. I believe it's Craig currently in the car, sitting there in P13 by the looks. As I've just had a link sent to me for Pitwall Live. Thank you indeed to Dan for this. I'm just going to shove it into there. I'm just dealing with many, many things in the background. Boys and girls, if you ever organised a race, sometimes it's chaos, let's be honest. I just need to reply to a message as well. Keep talking about yourself while I just send this. Okay. Still waiting for Dan Crimson to pop in, but as we see, he's currently being chased by Carlo Dorazio. Now, interestingly, Dan has been racing with me in the EOS Esports Series, of which Carlo Dorazio, he is one of the organisers for it, as he puts a very clean move on there. Well, not on Dan, that would be actually on Craig, who's in the car at present. Dan, unfortunately, with a 10-second penalty at the next pit stop. Nothing to worry about for those guys. They're going to keep trucking away. Hopefully, Dan's going to hop in any minute, join me in the comms box so we can have a quick chat. If you've got any questions for Dan, please do pop them in. Hi to El Cornet. El Cornet, have you got a cornet? I love a cornet right now. And a bit of ice cream. We go down really nicely. Dylan, thanks for joining us on the stream. Your car 236. Where are you at the moment? You're near the tail end. I think you've had a few issues though, haven't you? You're in the OG Lambo. Well, not the OG Lambo. You're in the Evo, not the Evo 2. I'd love to know, was that a misclick when you signed up, or is that intentional? Please do let me know on that one. As we see, oh look, we're on board with my team. It's Freddie Coleman Evans. Freddie's a kart racer from up north, as it were. He is currently in the Mustang. Hopefully he's going to hold on to P7. But he has got the hounding pack there of Mr. Pixley, who's double stinting by the looks, and Mr. Feltham. Look at Godzilla go. It looks absolutely beautiful. I'm still waiting for... Right, Dan. Here we go. Here we go, boys and girls. This is the man you all want to speak to. He is racing with his friends in his front room. He is doing things that I think all endurance racers want to do. Hello, Daniel Crimson.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. How's it going? The four of you.
Pretty good. Well, there's me and Craig. So yeah, so we're doing pretty well.
Excellent,
near
excellent.
the top 10. So.
You are. You're just within touching distance of at the moment. Obviously, you have got a tiny penalty hanging over you. I'd like to point out I was not part of the stewarding team for that one, so please don't blame me.
That's all right.
But I think everyone wants to know, how are you doing the driver swaps? Please do tell everyone.
Just physically, really. So we've got a couple of quick release bolts on the wheel deck, which lets us adjust it. Because Craig likes it slightly shorter than I do. But yeah, apart from that, we just pop out, shift the mic out the way, and jump in. Bit of drinks bottle swap.
Fantastic. And also another question, how have you guys been dealing with working out the setups? Have you sort of dictated what you're going to run, Dan, or...
No. Craig has been sort of dictating what he needs from setup, so he's a bit of an ACC novice.
Okay.
So we've done a setup that works well for him and also doesn't kill the tires too much.
Right. And what about the rest of the team? When are they appearing? Was this
Just
four
me
of
and
you?
Craig.
Oh, it's just you and Craig.
Yeah, there was supposed to be 4 of us, and the other 2 couldn't make it.
Oh wow, fair play, boys. That is That is exceptional. You are one of, I believe, 2 teams then that are racing it as a duo, essentially.
I did notice we've got an onboard on as well.
You have, and I did that deliberately because I wanted to highlight you guys because you guys are doing an absolutely insane thing, really. I think there's a few people out there, watching the stream that are probably slightly jealous that you're able to do the sort of driver swap physically.
It is cool. We did practice it as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So something me and David touched on earlier. Are you yanking the other driver out the chair, or as per real life, or
you've got it? The other driver
nice.
sort of steps out, and then the other driver sort of steps in. But the incoming driver takes like the drinks bottle and moves the microphone out the way, and then the outgoing driver then, the incoming driver, sorry, then steps in and grabs the quick release bolt on the left, and the outgoing driver grabs the one on the right, and they adjust the wheel back.
That is, honestly, boys, that is kudos to you guys. That's absolutely fantastic. And Dan, let's also ask, how's your side of the fundraising going? Because am I right in saying from memory, and I've dealt with a lot of messages over the last few weeks, the company you work for, they're doubling every donation you get?
Do. So when we get to 250, they should match it, and we should get 500 at that point.
That is absolutely incredible to hear.
I think we're just under 200 at the minute, so we're near enough there now. I'm going to be badgering people on my Facebook feed and so forth.
Do it.
People are waiting.
Let's get it.
To get racing and that kind of thing.
Tell me when you post it, because I will throw it out there onto the Positive Perception social feeds, etc., etc. Currently, we are on. I'm just going to find it on my phone. There we go. We're on £820 raised.
That's
absolutely incredible.
Well, the combined then we're above 1,000.
We are above 1,000. I may have to shift our donation sort of target now, just to increase it. But well done, guys. An hour in, almost an hour and a half in so far. You guys are probably the heroes already of the stream. We've talked about you so much, and we just want to see you guys pushing. And what do you reckon? Top 10? Is that doable?
That's what we're hoping for. As it cools down overnight, our setup should come into its own a little bit. We've gone for keep the temps high to balance the tyre wear. In the day we're a bit not great, but during the night we should come alive.
Brilliant. How has your tyre wear been? Because I can tell you that the mighty Stang that I'm in, I did a 70-minute stint last night, and tyre wear was high, but I had 0 grain, which I've never seen before.
Same for us. The problem, there's a good Aris Drives video out there that it perfectly describes the Lambo problem. We absolutely kill our rear tyres, and it's just a characteristic of the car. So we have to try and kill our front tyres as hard as we can to keep them balanced.
Got you.
So that's what we're trying to do. So we've set it up so the temps are quite high at the front and cool at the back, try and balance it. But then as things cool down, we get a bit more pace.
Amazing. That is fantastic. You're back. Any questions for our man?
Can you please sort your wires out on your rig?
On the left, they're the headphone wires. So when people are in later on, there'll be our headsets that are just hung on the side. Convenient spot to grab them. Oh, by the way, we've got a barbecue going as well at 5.
You've got a barbecue at 5, right? How far away are you? You're not that far.
Yeah, so the next stint I'm in, and as soon as I jump out, I've got to fire up a barbecue and cook a load of food within an hour.
I hope you're going to take the stream cam with you.
Yeah. We need to see that happen. Dan, Craig, best of luck for the remainder. But in the nicest possible way, I really hope my 751 car beats you.
It probably will, actually. We're pretty far up in this.
We are.
I've sent you the timing link, actually.
Yes, I've just popped it out there into the Discord, and it's probably going to get lost somewhere in the stream, but I will keep posting it, and I will get David to sort it out his end.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you guys are the absolute heroes. Kudos to you guys working so hard and driving as a duo. Is there anyone you want to thank out there? Just sort of thinking, maybe the missus.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, she's at the spa at the minute, so she's having a grand
Oh
old time.
wow! Did that cost you some money? I guess.
No, not at all. No, but we're doing this for the Christie, obviously. So we've got Pippa, who's me and Soph know, who's currently going through cancer treatment at the Christie.
Oh, fantastic!
They're doing a great job. She's nearly finished her chemo. Got one more to go next week, and then
That's fantastic.
she'll be into radio next week. After next week, sorry. Yeah, so we're raising money for Christie, basically for her.
That's incredible. And in fact, yeah, it was yourself that suggested the Christie, wasn't it? Way back in January, February. When did we do this?
Somewhere.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I'm sure it was about February time. So I'm sure it was after my birthday. Yeah, no, fantastic charity, and keep pushing, guys. We're going to keep looking out for you for the entirety of it. 22 hours, 33 minutes remaining.
Hopefully we'll sneak a top 10, but we'll see.
We shall see. As we see a lovely move there by Aidan Tan. That was fantastic. Just caught that on stream there. Brilliant. Right, I need to go and get ready because I'm apparently out in the car next. So I need to go and do various things.
Good stuff. Right, catch you guys later.
Thank you, Dan. Bye. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Right, yeah, I'm gonna leave the stream for a bit. We're gonna leave it running, and yeah, I need to get ready because I'm out next according to my stint planner in the mighty Mustang.
Don't break it.
I will try not to. I'm sure Ash or whoever else is in the admin chat will hop in and give some gorgeous commentary, should we say? Until maybe 2 or 3 hours time, I'll speak to you lot in a bit.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
As it turns out, there was one left. You are stuck with me for the foreseeable until Mark's done his driving. But we'll see how we get on. As you can see, I think that's Carlo trying to make a move around the outside of Roundtree. Doesn't quite get it done. Runs a bit wide on the exit. Makes him a bit narrow for the penultimate corner of the track. I'm sure he'll be tucking in behind to try and make a move later on in a lap. We get the fantastic onboard view of the 75 Ferrari as it drops back to Albrecht in the 102 Mustang, hunting down Daniel Crinson's car, who we've just had on stream. Nicely. Let's see if the Mustang's got the legs on the Lambo down the straight. We know that the Mustang is very fast on the straightaways, so you might in the slipstream might be able to get down the inside. We've got to make that move stick. He does not. Daniel does a very good job of defending. Runs a little bit wide. The Mustang's got a bit of a run, but he'll be on the outside for the next corner. On the brakes, Daniel's just holding that inside line very well, but then the 102 Mustang will have the inside for the next corner and gets the move done. That's a very nice move. Sets it up nicely on the outside. And then cuts back onto the inside. Very nice move. Very nice clean move from both drivers there. As we switch to the lead car with Angus driving the Rev Sport International Aston Martin with the number 1 on the plate, number 1 on the track, number 1 in qualifying, and doing a stellar job with the 17-second lead out the front. It looks like Angus has double stinted, so he did the first stint and he's also doing the second stint as well as qualifying, so almost a triple stint for Angus. I'm not sure who will be in the car next, but they have a very good team of drivers, so as Angus just passing, I think that's actually Daniel Crinson that's just spun the car there. I can see on my PC he has, yeah. You just have a little bit of incident in the final sector of the track there. He's just recovering from that. As we now switch to a battle between Aidan Tan and Chevroul, if that's pronounced correctly. I apologise if it's not. Aidan goes a little bit wide and the Porsche is on the outside of the circuit. See if he can do the same as what we've seen the Mustang do before, but he doesn't. He elects to just back off and tuck back in behind the Ferrari. Try and make the move done. Get the move done a little bit later. As he sits in behind. Is he going to have a look down the inside? Into the next corner? Again, he decided it was just quite wise. That corner's quite a fast corner. Very difficult to overtake there. See if you can set him up into the chicanes. He's a little bit far back to get that move done at this point. Ferrari with actually a very nice livery, I must say. There's a nice livery on that Ferrari. As he tries to sit him the slipstream in the Ferrari is not the fastest of the cars down the straight. The Ferrari with the current bop having a little bit of weight off it might help with its top speed, but didn't make too much difference in this instance. Trying to get the power down with that rear engine, rear wheel drive Porsche. See if he can make a move on the Ferrari in front of him. Just again elects to sit behind, not quite close enough to make a move this time round. As we come into Maggots and Beckett's, taking a wide line in, trying to get a cut back and maximise that run onto the back straight. See if he can get a move done into, I think it's Stowe, but you have to apologise. My corner name knowledge is terrible. I think it's Stowe. I could be wrong. But again, he's not quite close enough to the Ferrari in front. Aidan doing a very good job holding the car off behind. Keeping it tidy. Not breaking down into any mistakes. As we then switch to the battle for P15, which is Daniel Crinson's car. Being chased down by Marley Watts in the Resport International 776 Aston Martin. Marley trying to get a good run out of, I think, Stowe. I'll check that in a minute. Round the outside into the next corner. Alongside. Will he be able to hang it out around the inside? No, he decides to try and cut back. Just gets a little bit of a poor exit. Doesn't manage to get alongside. He'll have to maybe back off now and just plan another attack. As we come into the final sector of the track. Through these two tight sort of 90-degree plus corners. As we switch back to the battle between Florian and Aidan in front. Florian's still trying to chase down that Ferrari. Hasn't managed just yet to be able to get the move done. Trying to get a good run through Maggots and Beckett's. Onto the back straight. Gets the power down as soon as possible. Slapping the slip through the Ferrari. Doesn't seem to quite be able to make up the ground in the slipstream though. That he would possibly want. Needs to get a bit of a better exit out of Beckett's onto the straight to be able to get alongside and get the move done. As we switch back to Marley again, chasing the 757 car. Go through Maggots and Beckett's onto the back straight. See if you can get a decent run. The Aston's got quite a decent top speed on ACC. The Lambo is okay, but not quite so good. Sits in the slipstream. Again, it's just not quite close enough to get the move done. Yeah, Aiden's still holding off the Porsche. Porsche seems to have a pretty decent run. Will he think about sending it down the inside? No, if he gets a good run out of here, we might be able to get alongside the start of this lap. Because there's yellow flags in front of them, they have to just be wary of the car stranded in the middle of the track. That's the 236 car. As we see the Red Sport International car diving down the inside of the Lamborghini, making a place. Ollie in chat will be very happy about that. Repping the 776 crew. Daniel now having to relinquish that position. Or sorry, I can't remember the name of the other guy that's in the car, but I don't think it's Daniel in the car at the minute. But he's had to relinquish that position and sit behind Watts in the 776 Aston Martin. As we swap to the second place car in the PLR Esports Audi. Second place on the grid. He's unfortunately 19 seconds behind the leader, but doing a very good job in second place. Got himself a decent lead on third as well. He's not having to watch his mirrors. He can just concentrate on lap times, try and bring that gap down to the car in front if he can. As we look at Albrecht in the 102 Mustang again, in a right gaggle of cars. I think one of these cars is actually a backmarker. Chasing down that 75 Ferrari. With the that's actually the number 1 car, the lead car that's behind these guys. Hopefully these guys will get in blue flags and we'll let him through as soon as possible. Angus with a bit of traffic that's he's going to have to find his way through. Hopefully there's no issues there. With Martin now going to have to let Angus through. Maybe that means the Ferrari will take a chance. The Mustang, sorry, will take a chance. As he does, he sends it down the inside. The Ferrari has the inside for the next corner. Will he be able to hold it on the inside? The Mustang gets the power down a bit better on the outside and gets the move done, taking advantage of Martin letting Angus through. As we switch back to this battle again between Aiden and Florian. Florian on the inside, getting a bit tight in there. Aiden's hanging it out round the outside. Bravely, both still side by side through the final corner onto the straight. Florian just looks like he's got the legs slightly, gets into the lead into turn 1. Try and hold off this position now, the next few corners, and start looking forwards, try and make a gap. The cars behind.
I believe no one's in commentary box, so I'm gonna hop in for however long I can do until David's back, or some of the other commentators / admins that were in earlier, like Ash, for example. If you don't know who I am Alex Newman, also known as Aces in the Discord. I am I wouldn't actually say an actual commentator, that sounds a bit egotistical of me. I do quite a bit of commentary around the esports scene of stuff. I am running a different setup today, so I probably sound a tiny bit worse for wear, as well as I'm doing it through Discord audio, so that isn't going to be something that's going to help me there, but hopefully everyone is doing well. There's still quite a few people in chat. I see 31 people as it stands, of just going under the 2 hour mark in the next 10 minutes or so. We do see Angus Fender is still leading by 22 seconds by then Vil in the car in P2 in the number 21 PLR Esports car, then followed by Van Keen in the Bohemia Motorsports Aston Martin V8 running out the top 3. So very, very good to see both PLR and Bohemia quite high up. I do expect PLR to be high up like that. Since, well, you could actually say the same with P1. Angus Fender being in the car, I believe still in the car as we speak. So definitely you do expect him to be fast when he is an actual real life driver, but it's good to see him coming into positive perception once again. He has done quite a bit of racing in the past under positive perception, but he is here doing the 24-hour race with his team. I forgot who's in this team with him today, but we will find out in probably the next 9 minutes or so, when we should see the actual pit stops taking place. Usually most of the drivers would have done their double stints, if not single stints, potentially triple stints, if the drivers are up for it. And again, with the crashes that we might have seen at the start of the race, it does all just mix everything up in terms of pit stops. As we do see, auto camera is on, so it does give us all of the camera angles on different cars or so. Usually it's done by priority from ACC Race Control, priority being people who are closest on track or something that has happened. We can see it is now, I don't know how to say that name, but I'm going to say Lassay in the Ford Mustang, currently in P12, chasing over Freddie Coleman Evans in one of the positive perceptions car. The other Ford Mustang, including the positive bossman himself, Mark Radberry, in the 751 Ford Mustang. Still seems to be quite a big gap between them both, actually, compared to what we do see Freddie Coleman seems to be attacking. I think it's Andy Tan in P10 in the Ferrari 296 number 23. Do go back on board now with Sebastian Elmstrom in the PLR Esports Squirrel Racing livery here. Luckily, I did say one of the PLR Esports names right this time. I do actually support the PLR Esports dudes here, so this is a bit biased, you could say, on behalf of me, but I'm not going to be biased at all, but I will be biased at the same time, so just have to go along with it. DC currently in P4, chasing down what is going to be Van Veen then in the Bohemia Motorsports Aston Martin V8. That it is definitely going to be one of the stronger cars. We can actually see Angus even proving that point as well. Currently in P1 in the Aston Martin V8 AMR. I see the top 3 starting to become a bit more isolated within one another. We're only 2 hours down now. We did see on the first few laps, obviously, the unfortunate bit of contact that we saw between Fender and it was originally Zanabovic in the car. Dean Zanabovic, one of the drivers for the PLR Esports Audi number 21. Now we do see Vil in the car, getting another very fast driver, proving his point, being in P2 at the moment. We do see now this is where Fulton could be under a tiny bit of pressure there from the 992 behind him. Can't really see who the name is because I'll be honest, I need glasses now, to say the least. My eyes are going horrendous, but just seeing Falcon isn't going to defend the move at all. It can be quite a smart idea because obviously it isn't your usual race. This isn't an hour race, an hour and a half, etc., etc. This is a 24-hour race, so there is obviously a lot on the line, and you definitely do not want to ruin it for your entire team, because obviously every team we're here will be from a range of, I believe, 3 till I think 5 drivers going to be probably the max. You might see some drivers with 6, but 6 being the limit of this race here tonight. Obviously, most drivers should know this now if they're on the server. 3 drivers can be joined at max per team. This is just for server, well, preventing server issues and stuff like that. And as well as that, we do see Daniel Clinton, which does seem his name's highlighting in red. I did actually ask this question in chat earlier. to David who answered it for me, but if you don't know why his name's in red, it's because he's not doing it solo, but he's kind of doing a LAN event, you could say, but he's doing local racing. There's going to be contact there between Luca. That's actually well, we won't see the rest of it, it seems, but that was going to be, I believe it was Bartolucci and the EOS. I think it was a Ferrari, and I'm not sure who the other car was, just making contact with each other. Obviously, I believe there's live stewarding during this event. I believe. I could be wrong about that. It does seem like in the steward's responses there is live stewarding there, so that is all going to be protested later on. Then there is the protest form obviously found in the Discords, and if you didn't see the announcement earlier, there will be post well, not post, there will, I'm not actually sure if David's up for post-race interviews, but obviously there will be mid-race interviews during this event. Obviously it was quite a long qualifying session, with an hour qualifying session, which is usually quite, you could say, not normal, but I think it did work very well. It did show practically the true pace of all of the drivers here. You see that's going to be Hartley going slow there, letting what is going to be traffic by, I assume, looking at the time, so that's the 751 car, Freddie Coleman. Evans there, just being able to get past Ed Hartley with no troubles whatsoever. In terms of the grid's pace, though, it does seem a lot of these drivers are breaking apart with each other in terms of how many people are next to each other. In terms of trains, we do see it's still Coleman, Evans, and then Tan, two of those two drivers still being relatively close with one another. I don't think there is actually going to be anyone else within. Actually, Feltham and then the BRT, the big, I think it's the Belgian racing team, unless there's another abbreviation for BRT, but there are those two BRT teams that I actually do know. I think it might be the Belgian racing team community, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then on with the other PLR esports car. Now this could be Vil currently in the car. I will not try to attempt his second name, because currently in PLR esports I'm still on a roll with saying the names correctly. It's been 2 seasons commentating for them. Absolute legends they are. Big shout out to the PLR grid. Obviously 2 of them being on track, currently in P2 and P. Actually no, I believe one of them just hit it. So yeah, it does seem it's changed a tiny bit. We do see now it's going to be Elmstrom in P3. Or isn't? Am I going? No, I think Elmstrom. I think I'm going insane. I think Elmstrom is the yeah. So that is right. Elmstrom is the other PLR esports car, but we do see now there's actually a tiny bit of runniness now between the 2 SPX cars there. They do seem to both be for position here. Looking at how close they are on grid, it's going to be Bartolucci, then Bonanella, I think is how you say it, or Dario, his first name. Both in the Ferrari 296, potentially on the same setups as well if they're being in the same team. So that's all definitely, well, factors that have been eliminated with that. I do apologize as well. I'm actually quite tired today. I didn't think I would go to bed that late, but I was dragged on playing Farming Simulator until midnight. So not my proudest of achievements, I'll be honest. That game is insanely satisfying, but that is definitely one thing that is going to be an announcement by Mark, meaning that nothing good has happened. But actually it does seem it is just being a reminder about lapped cars obviously being predictable is key, and then a failure of doing that will result in a penalty. So I'm assuming something might have happened on track, or there has been something in the protest form that has been sparked up with it. And then we do see Greg Giles going in the car now for the Bohemia Motorsports, down in P11, but will gain his position is back when we see the cars coming to do their next pit stop now. But that seems under a bit of the pressure there from, that is going to be Lassay in the 40. He goes side by side going into Farm Curve. Now going on to the Wellington Straight. It does seem it's still going to go side by side. He has the inside line going into Luffield, but it's not going to work for him. It does seem the Ford does have that really good top end speed. So you also do see that's going to be a V8. I'm not sure whose Aston Martin that actually is on track, but it does not seem to be anyone in the close proximity of that driver, unless it's Watts, but Watts seems to be way too far away for that to be the case. there seemed to be a bit, well, I guess you could say arguments happening in the general chat. Just trying to keep it civil, guys, in the Discord. It obviously is for charity, so there is no real pressure with it. Just, yeah, obviously keep it civil. And then again, it's all for fun as well. So just, yeah, keep it civil for the third time. Broski, then, this is a driver I believe I do know, and I'm not sure which league it is from. I believe it's also PLR. Not, well, it's Polish Eagle Hunter, so that gives me no clue on where he has came from, but I believe that is from the PLR community. I could be a different Dabrowski, but it's the only one I can think of.
Hello, boys and girls, whoever's still watching. It is the voice of positive perception here. It is Mr. Roddenberry. Just wanted to drop in a bit, give you some commentary, as we have now just ticked over 4 hours in the race. I think it was a good time to hop in, nudge you all to donate. We are currently £830, which is a phenomenal figure. I just want to thank each and every one of you that has donated. If you haven't donated, please, go down the sofa, dig out some change, and let's push to get over £1,000 if we can. So where are we with the race? Let's give you a quick rundown. Current leaders, still the leaders from the start. It is the #1 car, the Angus Fender Rev Sport International car, #1, leading the pack at the moment. Followed by the Audi R8 of Messrs. Vink, Zinabrovic, Kovala, Sinkanen, and Kukovic. In P3, it is Gilroy, Pooley, and Haniovic in the 387 Ferrari, followed by another Ferrari, 218. Feltham and Co. in the Simtech car are in 5th, number 472. Another Simtech car, 473, is in 6th. We've got a Porsche up there in P7. Denise Pope, Rich Busy, Evan Natafis in the Wild Things Racing 79. Nissan are sitting lovely there in 8th. In 9th, it's the Sim Racers Anonymous, Joseph Cockin, Martin Roundtree, Andrew Cooper, and Harry Coleman, I think, in the 75 Ferrari. EOS Team 305 are in rounding out your top 10. It's been fantastic racing so far on track. I've done a stint now. It was great. It was a long stint, but hard work, let's say. If you've got any questions that you want me to pose to any of the teams, please do drop them in. I can see there's 27 of you currently watching, which is fantastic. Keep spamming the like button, please. Share this stream to your friends, to your family, to your enemies, everyone else. Let's get that total up as we ride on board here with Kevin Derber, HHD Racing, with a, I mean, we could call that a bit of cooling, I guess, at the front of their Aston Martin V8 there. Certainly, it's going to be losing them a bit of time, but good on them for carrying on, and clearly they were going to want to max out that stint, so they. Sorry, just reading, catching up on stuff. Yeah, as we see them shoot past pit lane there, they're clearly not going to stop for that damage anytime soon. Here we are with the car in 2nd place, PLR Esports, a Dutch team by the look of that flag. They have been chasing down the Rev Sports International with Angus Fender car, which does seem to have stolen a march on absolutely everyone currently. They are 36 seconds up the road. Will they stay there? It's an endurance race. Who knows? We may find them dropping out, or well, not dropping out, but dropping down the order as time goes on. Oh, another one of my good teams here. This is Team SPX, Fabio Gallamini. He's raced with us before. He's raced with us on season 10, I believe, GT3. Currently chasing down Costa in the number 29 Bahania Motorsport AMR V8 entry. That car seems to have fallen off the pace a little bit. Maybe there's a bit of a difference in driver, not ability, but driver's pace. But yeah, they've certainly just let Fabio through there, picking their fights. That's the best way you got to do it in an endurance race. You've got to pick your fights. You've got to decide, is that car behind gonna be a lot quicker than me? Shall I just let them through? Yeah, just sometimes it's even best just to sit behind another car, follow them for a bit, and let them have the pace, and then pick up where you can. As we see, one of my favourite teams, Nick's Racing Series, they've supported us for a good few times in the past. I made the joke on the Discord earlier that they shared a screenshot of their A team, which we're currently watching now, the 101 Mustang. It's behind their B team, which is the 102. We can only assume there's going to be a little bit of rivalry going on there. At least I'd like to think so. I will, attempt to possibly get one of those guys in for a chat at some point, see where they stand, see what's going on. It'll certainly be interesting to hear a view of another team on the track. In fact, if there's any teams or drivers currently watching, feel free, drop into the waiting room, and we will grab you in, have a chat, and see how you find it, how the race is going for you. It would be really interesting to hear from you, as we are on board with one of the other Team SPX cars. This is the 303 Ferrari, Dario Bonanelli, flying down a hangar straight there. They're trying to catch Dan Crinzen. Dan, who we know is running this not solo, but he is running a driver swap in his front room with his mate Craig. That's why they've been given the special status. They've got the red tag on their number, just to differentiate them. It's absolutely brilliant to see. They're literally hot swapping as they go. Here we are with the leader, James White, RevSport International, pushing hard. I can only imagine, just to build even bigger a gap really from Vink in the 21. We had Charlotte message a lot earlier on over on the YouTube channel, saying the setups shared between the team were very, very influenced by the man who used to own a Viper, Dodge Viper, good old Angus Fender. He's a good friend of Positive Perception. We love working with him. We love having him race with us. He is one of the stars of the show, should we say? I think he's just gone past the back marker there. Can't quite see the number on my screen, but never mind. Jack Mace, there's a name I recognise. I did a livery for him for the Enduro KA series, the Winter Enduro KA series, the virtual one, hosted over 6 rounds. So it's really, really nice to see him stepping up to GT3 racing. I can only imagine he's enjoying having all the horses underneath him. He looks like he is he chasing that car for position or lapping that car? It's really, I think he's attempting to unlap himself actually, which is fair play. Carry on. Go on, Mr. Besant. Yes, Harry. Yeah. Where is young Rob? Rob is in the 750s, in the sister car to the one I'm in. They are in the Ferrari Positive Perception Esports Special Edition colour, yellow and black Ferrari. They're a little bit off the pace, but Rob has been putting in some absolutely stellar lap times. I'm just going to go and have a quick look. Yeah, consistently on the 202s for him. So he is making a little bit of ground on the car ahead. Not massive waves, but he's getting there. As we ride on with Aidan Connor, CWD Racing Sys, Racing something Systems. I don't know. Let me know. What is that? Looking really good. Oh, Jonathan Seville popping in. Where is Jonathan Seville on track these days? That's the big question. Young Jonathan Seville started his life with Positive Perception, and has moved on a fair way, shall we say. he's up there racing LFM as Ben Gilroy. That was some impressive diving out of the way there, but not hitting. Is that the lead? That is the leader. So you've just been lapped. So that's interesting. The leader has lapped all the way to P3. Now, 4 hours in, that's not bad. Not bad at all. I'm good, Jonathan. I am so far still sane. I mean, I imagine as I get nearer the end of the race, I'll be a little bit more mad. But coffee and chips with salad cream have been keeping me going so far. Yeah, it's going to be a long night, but it's going to be a fantastic event. We are £830 raised for the Christie Foundation, which is absolutely phenomenal. And I will bid you all farewell for a bit, just because I need to go and relax a little bit. This is a long race, so I need to take stock of myself as I leave you with Daniel Crimson and Craig in the 751 Lamborghini. I'll see you all very soon.
Good evening. Ho- Hopefully my new mic is working. I'm not sure on any of the settings, so it's either sounding really terrible or really good. Any sort of feedback would be useful on it. I've went from USB to XLR, so there is a tiny bit of a difference in terms of setting everything up. But we are back now in terms of the broadcasting. Hopefully it is still live on YouTube. Hopefully everyone is still here. We'll just quickly go. Someone could just say if a mic's doing good or not, that would be good. Hopefully it is. Now we're getting actually on with the relevant stuff in terms of the race. We are just getting closer and closer to the border of 4 hours in. Now we're 18 hours and 33 minutes in. Currently on board with David Edwards in the Bohemia Motorsports car. It does seem they've dropped quite a few places. I believe they had a penalty from Kunos themselves. Well, not Kunos, yeah, well, Kunos themselves, but it seemed, I believe they had a pit entry, well, disaster, I guess you could say. But hopefully everything will be sorted with them. Currently sitting in P19 now, looking to put a bit of pressure now on the car ahead, which seems to be, oh, I'm not even sure how you say that name. It's Amam? I think it's Amam. The car ahead. Still 30 people watching, so good to see everyone still in chat. Supporting it, obviously. Still getting closer and closer to the donation goal for this for the Christie Foundation. The link will be found on chats every time the bot says I don't have it on me. Actually, yes, I do have it on me. It will be sent in chat now, as I believe. Yes, currently at 83%. Hopefully, you can hit the donation goal of £1,000. Currently, we are just sitting just below 85%. So hopefully, we can get that achieved by the end of this race. Still 18 hours left to go though, so still lots and lots of time going with it. Do now see back on board with Honeywicks. Now we haven't actually seen him much in the pole position. Well, it's not even pole position, it's podium step, sorry. Currently with this car. I have just woken up, so I'll be honest, my brain is not functioning as it should do. We do see Dunabovic now in the lead, which is great to see with PLR Esports. I'm not biased whatsoever, don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure where the other car is in terms of PLR Esports. Can't see them, but I think that's because it might be a team I'm not too familiar with. I believe it's Felix. This is for a relevant team now. This is for a different team, not PLR. Felix and P20, I believe he is part of Pit School. I'm not sure if it's an official Pit School team, but here's Daniel Crinson. Now, there is him listed as the only AM driver on track. That's not true at all. He is just a capable driver. But it is him and a bunch of, I believe, what I assume, friends currently over his house using his own rig for the entire 24-hour race. That is why you'll only see him in the car for the entire race. We do see, just catching up chat now, it seems quite a few people have chatted, even when the race has been pretty much dormant when it comes to commentary. But we are back, hopefully, now till, I'm going to try to do it until 11, obviously. If this microphone isn't doing good, I'll just switch back to my other microphone because I still need to learn it. I do need someone in chat to say if it's doing all right or not. Do you see everything seems to be just about calming down now in terms of what we saw in general chat earlier. Luckily, everyone seems to be keeping it civil once again. Now, this is when it starts to look quite nice in game. It's just about getting closer and closer to sunset. The sun just starting to set now on the corner of Woodcote. There's more on board now. Nikolai? I think it's Nikolai. Him in the McLaren 720S. Now having a lot of pressure from behind of Eamon, I believe it is actually. Now, as well as we can see, it's a bit of a train here. I'm not sure if all two cars, well, it shouldn't be all two cars part of this. In fact, it does seem he's letting the two cars go, or I'm trying to at least let the first car go, as we're on board now with Jake Spinner in the 757 Motorsports AMR V8. Haven't seen this car very much either. Currently in P16, looking to try and take away P15 from Robert Besson in the sister car of Positive Perception in the number 750 in the Ferrari 296, which is the safer option compared to the 751 in the Mustang. I believe there's only 2 Mustangs in this race. I believe it is the 751 and the 102. I know there's 3 Mustangs actually on the 101. There might be some more below, but I don't think there is. So I'm actually going to say right now, as we have gone up to 35 viewers now, good to see everyone in. If you do want a mid-race interview, hop in the waiting room located on the Positive Perception Insurance Discord, and we will get you set in ready for when I can. Actually, I'm not even sure if I can drag. Yeah, I can drag people in, so everything's fine there. But hopefully now should be fine with that. But I've just changed back to my other microphone now because I don't think I'm very confident just yet with using the other one. Oh god, this one sounds even worse. What's all of that about? Hopefully it's still sounding... Hang on, I'll just do some audio checks. Hopefully it's not sounding too over the top. Someone can tell me if it's sounding a bit over the top on this one as well, because I have been doing a bunch of audio changes in terms of my setup. David Allen saying, do you want mid-race interviews in the early hours? I'll be going throughout the night and we'll be happy to chat. If you want to do that 100%, I feel like the earlier hours is going to get a bit more unenthusiastic. But we will start right now if anyone wants to do it. Yeah, I'm still not very confident on using my other microphone. I got it yesterday, so it is just going to be a learning progress with how to use it. It sounds good because I usually broadcast, but I need to get it sorted for Discord as well, because it doesn't seem Discord is very happy with that microphone just yet. That's that's so sad that my cheap microphone sounds better than my studio professional microphone, but hey ho. But I do need to just get that sorted. Anthony Fox now in the other PLR esports card. That's the one I didn't recognize earlier. So I don't actually know Anthony Fox that well in the esports squirrel racing. Squirrel being the mascot of PLR esports. For anyone who is wondering that, I don't really know it myself why, but I believe, actually I think I do know why very roughly, but I haven't been in PLR long enough to know why it is that. Always the way. Yeah, hopefully I can get the other one set up there for my actual next broadcasting. I'm not actually sure when I broadcast next. I usually broadcast quite a lot at the moment. Has been a bit more chill starting this week. Actually, I'm having a bit more of an off week. I think I'm doing Formula Racing League on the Thursday. I think that might be it, but I do have quite a few big stuff coming up soon for broadcasting in ACC and outside of the ACC, but I will be announcing very short, well not very shortly at all. I'm not actually sure when I'm allowed to legally announce all of it. That will be all coming soon as well. Are on board now with Light Shout, I think so you say, in the Simtech Racing. Simtech once again being one of those teams I do see pretty much everywhere when I broadcast them. Good to see them still taking part in races. We do see him. He is trying to get past now Anthony Fox in the PLR Esports car. Poor position this time, just within tenths of each other. Do see it's going to be the Ford Mustang just then the 2 cars by Silverstone now getting closer and closer to Hamilton Street, going on to the chicane where we did see the first of many incidents, I believe. The one containing Angus Fender and Zanobovic in the early stages of this race. luckily they are both doing quite well. It does seem Zonobovic, I'm not sure if he has pitted yet, with Lynn having the 20-second penalty, will definitely affect them quite significantly, to say the least. Once again, just gonna refresh this. Do you see we have went up a place at James Jackson, saying great charity supported by a great community. I believe James Jackson being one of the drivers in the 751 car, I believe, but thank you very much for donating. Let's see. Again, with stewarding stuff, just remember, be patient with all of it. It hasn't happened yet, but I assume going through the night it's going to be a bit more slower because of obviously the stewards being a bit more tired than they would have been originally, as we do see a yellow flag occurring there. But yeah, just be respectful with everyone, not just the stewards, but everyone in general. It's keeping it civil because obviously it's for charity and it's also just for fun. Doesn't seem like Shot's actually digging any of this gap out of the PLR Esports of Anthony Fox so far. Simtech car hopefully going through Magnus Beckett's trying to gain anything onto Slipstream. Both being in the Ferrari 296 will just once again show how these two cars are being relatively similar, probably in the setup as well. It's all going to be down to driving confidence really around this track. Both of these cars probably practicing quite a bit. I was originally going to race this with, it's not even a team I really represent. I was going to race it, but last minute, well, what I mean last minute, I mean last night, we all backed out just because not many people were practicing. I think I was one of the only drivers that were practicing. I wasn't even practicing that much, but do you see now, this is going to be, I think it's Cordler. What a name in the 992. That's a lovely livery as well. It's a tiny bit of, actually now from what it's going to be to I'm not really sure how to say that one. Nitifus? Nah. The 79 Wild Things Nissan. That's what I'm going to be saying now, unless I can get some pronunciation lessons from that one driver or one of his teammates. I'm not sure if Pixie's in chat. Or even Denise. I'm not sure if Denise is racing, actually. Actually, I think Denise is racing. But I'm not sure she's in chat right now. I'm turning my fan on because I believe it's now 36 degrees in my room. It is boiling. Especially for being the UK. It's wicked hot. Okay, that's a bit better. Got my actual headphones on now in part of my audio headphones. Now we just try to get back on with this race. I'm actually going to play a bit of music in the background on my end. I don't think you shouldn't be able to hear it. Because this is going to be a very, very long night, I think, because I don't usually broadcast 24-hour races. I think the last one I did was, I'm trying to think when the last one technically was SSRI Nordschleifer 24, but unfortunately, due to server issues, the race was cut short, I believe, at 9 hours. But I do really like the SSRI guys. They're really nice people. I don't think I'm allowed to give any, what's it called, self-promotion. It's not really self-promotion, it's free promotion. But it's obviously good to keep communities very close with each other. This is going to be more like a solo podcast at this, right? Because not much has happened apart from these three, actually. Was it these two? I don't think. Yeah, no. Nabi, I forgot what his first name is, but quick fun fact is the Puzzle Perception Esports team, well, not all of the drivers, but I believe like 75% of the drivers used to be my team, well, formerly known as ABL Esports, from the start of 2023 till the end of 2023, but I got very, very busy in terms with school, and I also got busy when it came with commentary when I started taking it a bit more serious, and I gave the team to Positive Perception. Obviously, David being the absolute legend he is, managing the team now called Positive Perception Esports. I believe it might be called something different, but I think it's still called that. As we do say, there is 2 teams in the 750 and the 751, and I'm not sure if Daniel Crimson's team is classed as Positive Perception either, but Daniel Crimson is a Positive Perception driver as well. I believe that is an affiliated team here tonight. He is a driver as well. I did see Freddie Coleman Evans as well racing. I'm not sure. I don't think Joran is racing here tonight. Is that Mark Raddenbury?
That is indeed Mark Reddenbury joining you,
Oh,
Mr.
it would
Alex
help if I had my
Newman.
audio correctly.
Huh?
Is that better? I can't hear it. Oh, wait, hang on. What the hell? Give me, give me a minute. It seems I have a monitor.
Give you a minute.
Junior free monitors. There we go. I think I can hear you properly now.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there we go. I was trying out my new microphone, but luckily, well, not luckily at all. It sounds even worse than my cheeky microphone.
Oh dear, how are we doing, Stream and everyone else?
I think we're all going decently. I think we're going to do driver interviews later on into the night.
I would love that. I'm more than happy to be interviewed now if you want. You know.
You want to get interviewed now?
Well, have you seen any of my race?
I'll be honest. I fell asleep. I fell asleep earlier because I felt absolutely shattered. But what's happened with your race, mate?
We're just plugging away.
I thought you were going to say there's something dramatic.
No, we're plugging away. Myself, Simon, Freddie, and Tyler are just cooking in the 751 Mustang. We're ahead of the 750, which is
I bet you're
always a
about
goal.
that.
Always a goal. To beat your sister team is always a goal. Let's be honest. How many out there want to always beat their sister team?
I believe pretty much every team is competitivity at its finest.
Exactly. I mean, the Knicks racing guys, so cars 102 and 101, the other Mustangs on the grid, the B team is ahead of the A team at the moment. And they've been that way since the start as well.
Same with PLR Esports.
Yeah,
You
PLR.
got PLR.
Yep.
I'm not biased at all.
Simtech, who are currently in 5th and 6th, clearly doing a driver change in the pit stop at the moment. 472 and 473. Who's ahead there? Because I can't say I've paid attention.
Now, I don't think it's currently in the correct order because obviously one of the cars has just pitted. But we'll actually have to find out and see, because if they make a mistake in their pit stop, it's going to be hell.
Yep. 100% agree.
Now there's your car.
There it is. There's the beauty.
Oh my days, it's only hour 1.
The Win Motorsports, or the Win inspired, shall we say. Nice and bright. We wanted to be nice and visible on track.
You've achieved that.
I think we worked with that. I did. So the original livery was all gloss, but with this one, I've actually done the orange, and the pink. They're in a sort of matte effect. I think it works on that car. It looks really clean, really crisp. And if any of you caught the Posper Pit Stop podcast, probably saying that after a few beers. We actually decided we are going to release both the 750 and the 751 car for free download. Not free download, sorry. For download on Grid Finder, who have always been a fantastic supporter of ours. And we've supported them for many, 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 many years.
You've done something pretty cool as well. I'm not sure if you're allowed to. Are you allowed to say, or?
Which bit?
Just for safety, I don't think we should say. I don't want to be the cause of any of this.
Does it begin with T?
Yes.
And then do it on. So yeah, no, I knew about Traxion coming back maybe a month ago. And I was asked to do a livery for them. They haven't used it yet, but it is going to be used in future posts, etc., etc., on their channel. But yeah, the liveries that the Posper team are driving in, we are going to release those for a small donation fee, basically, on the Grid Finder website. 100% of the profits will go back to the Christie.
That's brilliant, of course.
So the money will just keep on rolling in over time.
Hopefully not like your car in a barrier, but anything
Yeah.
happen.
But yeah, this event's been brilliant so far. Although I am sorry to say I was the one that had to hand a penalty to car number 1 for their minor discretion, should we call it? A small bump by, I think it was James White was in the car at the time, on car 387 maybe. I can't remember now. It was a while ago. There was a bit of contact. Car 1 pushed around the other car basically, even though there was space. So unfortunately, they've got a 20-second penalty to take at the next pit stop.
I'm going to ask you this one question.
Yeah, go.
I'll let you finish. But I was going to say, because you're obviously a livery designer.
I am.
Shock.
Apparently.
Out of all the cars, and you can't say your own car or cars that you've made.
Oh wow! Wow! Oh,
I think you know what the question's going to be. I won't finish it.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna have to scroll through a few of them. Obviously, I haven't designed all of the cars, but there are quite a few that I've done on the grid.
Funnily enough, I asked this exact same question to another fellow commentator, Chris Buxton, and he had the exact same response. He said there's something different off camera as well.
Do you know what? There's 3 that stand out for me. And I'm going to go through them. So, number 23. I can't remember what team name they're running under at the moment, actually. Tell me if I do that. Infinity Racing Team, a team all the way from Singapore. Megat Amon, Aidan Tang, Someone Wong, and B. Ryan. They're currently in 18th. Their livery stands out to me, not just because it looks cool, but also because they've actually produced their own number board for the car. Oh, as we see, is he going?
I was confused there.
Off to the gravel there, yeah. Maybe late Mr. Breaking Point, possibly. I'm trying to work out where they are. Yeah, they're there.
Almost could have been a. It didn't even seem like there was an attempt to break. I'll be honest.
It's at this stage, sometimes the tiredness does creep in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the other livery, so Dan Crinson, who I've bored everyone on the stream to death with earlier, even had an interview with him. He's doing it solo, but with his mate.
Literally, I said that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, what a guy. I think he's got the barbecue on at the moment, or something like that.
Oh, legend.
Swapping between who should cook. Their livery really stands out to me. It's a carbon effect car, but with stickers on it almost. So it's a lot like the Barwell Motorsport car. It looks, really clean, really crisp. And the final one of my trio of cars that really stands out is the Wild Things Founders car.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, Denise, I've always held Denise in really high regard as a livery designer. She's absolutely fantastic at what she does. She does a lot of work behind the scenes on various games as well. Yeah. If you ever played LMU, she is part of the team that came up with the UI for it, and I think it's really clean, really crisp. The car she designed for this is a mix of the original Wild Things car, which I had the pleasure of seeing many, many years ago when I started sim racing over at SSR with the GT4 League, that would have been. But it's mixed in with the pink and the black that they also use now. And it looks incredible on track, absolutely fantastic. Massive wild thing down the side of it. It's absolutely perfect as a livery. Yeah. But I mean, the one that stands out the most...
I know where this is going.
It's the 751 that's currently parked up in pit lane.
Shocker. I didn't expect that.
How many purple cars do you see, Race? Let's be honest.
It's a fair point. Right, I'll give you that. So, how do you Mark? Apart from all of the stress.
I'm very stressed right now. I just need to go and deal with something I've just spotted. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
ITO. Mark Attenbury, he's gonna ditch us for at least 5 minutes, which will turn into 5 hours, I think. But on board once again with Vink. Never going to attempt his first name until he teaches me how to do it. In the PLR Esports, Audi are right currently leading, but it's very, very close between him and Angus Fender in P2 in the Aston Martin V8 AMR. Both of these drivers very, very skilled. Obviously, Angus Fender being a real life racer also has competed in the old, when it used to be a thing, the Le Mans virtual series. I believe it was only the 23 he did. I'm not sure if he did the 22, but that is always something cool. And then, unfortunately, I believe they did lose their license of Le Mans or / WEC, and that's where now LMU comes into play. But I think LMU is probably significantly, actually, I don't think I could say that. But it's probably significantly better than what we have seen in the past with it. So we do see that's going to be the SBX car making contact going into Abbey with another Ferrari 296. Both of them seeming to have now potentially gotten quite a bit of damage there between themselves. It didn't seem like it was too big of a hit now, as we do now see it's going to be Anthony Fox losing the position to Adrian Anowicz there in the AF Corsa Ferrari 296. Is there going to be retaliation? It does seem there's already been a significant breathing space created there for Adrian. Unless we can see now, what we can see would have been Anthony Fox try to retaliate, but it does seem Adrian just seems to be significantly faster at the moment. If they're on two different pit strategies, if we have just seen Adrian come out of the pits and potentially Anthony Fox still on older tires, do you see Phoenix Simsport saying, "Go Jake Spinner, go, 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 you got this." Definitely one of the drivers on grid that has quite a bit of support, but I believe I do I believe Phoenix Simsport. Do you guys run a league by any chance? Because I believe if you do, then I used to commentate for 2TL back in the day when I just started with commentating, but I've currently done a full loop because originally, another fun fact, if you do actually know who my voice is from, Positive Perception, I started commentating for Positive Perception in August last, I believe it was August last year, when I did the one-off event at Imola with David Wrestle, who is currently doing the cameras behind the work, but he is currently just inactive, so that's why I can't show specific cars, because he has just put auto camera on. But I have now branched out quite a bit. I'm doing the official TCUK esports league now, being one of my biggest achievements so far, and I do have another thing now coming as well in the next 2 weeks or so, if I can actually announce it, but I can't say just yet. Do now see Joshua Rodriguez, I believe is how you say it, and I think it says I can't really read that, it's too small writing for me. And the McLaren 720S currently in P18, producing Bartley just going into pits. Will it be enough for Joshua to regain P17? It does seem there's actually quite a big gap, so I don't think they definitely won't unless they make a significant mistake there. But we do see as well Felix behind him, I believe, at the time. But we do see Joe Barnfather sitting. Barnfather? No, I just mixed two names of that. Barnfather saying yes, I do. So yeah, I do know you guys. You might not still remember who I am, because I actually never did anything for Phoenix, but I do know who you guys are. Yeah. So usually when I do commentary, it's usually quite a bit better than this, but when it's a 24-hour race, and I think I said this earlier as well, there's not much to talk about, and it's more like a solo podcast than anything. So it is just me at the moment, just talking to myself, just trying to make conversation. So please bear in mind with me. trying to think of things to do when it comes to broadcasting. This is one thing that I do need to get a tiny bit better with, as well as just trying to do viewer interactions and stuff. But obviously, I will say this again. If you do want a mid-race interview, as we currently just breaching the not the halfway mark, the 4-hour mark, now you can get an interview. Just pop into waiting room in the Positive Perception Insurance Discord, and you will be located into the comms box when it is appropriate. I will also say that in general chat as well when it comes with that. Alright. This is obviously I'm not really affiliated with Positive Perception, but if they were to do, and I'm sorry to Mark, but I'm trying to make conversation chat now. But I know Mark isn't here, so unless he has a stream open, he won't hear this. But if Positive Perception were to do another 24-hour race, what track and what game would you want it to be? Don't get ideas, by the way, because Mark and the team might not do another one. They might do another one, but obviously they might not. But they probably will. Hopefully they will. I don't really know, so I can't really tell at all. Netterton. Right. I don't really know what to say to that. I'm going to say a reason why would you pick snare term, and don't say suffering, because that is a great option in ACT. Yeah, well, ACT does have snare term. Just I wish it didn't, but I genuinely just don't like snare term. It's great for viewing it in real life. It's reducing. It's going to be hardly quite a bit of damage there to the front of that Aston Martin. I'm not sure if that's just visual glitches or if that is actual damage, but it doesn't seem he has any sort of suspension damage. We'll find out now going on to the Wellington straight if he actually does. Oh, I think he might have a bit of suspension damage, so he will have to come into the pits this lap with the HHHD Racing. That's a lot of H's in one sentence. Hello, I'm back. What I'm going to be doing, because obviously it's a long race and seems me being the only commentator for now, obviously other people will jump in every so and so. I'm going to be doing it in increments of maybe an hour and a bit, and then I'll obviously take a break and then I'll be back, etc., etc. But I'm not really sure how to say your name in chat, but hope you're well. That's upon the 76 McLaren currently, I believe, P22 as it says on screen. Can't unfortunately access any specific cars today just because I'm not I'm not broadcasting, I'm just commentating. But obviously I'm going to say, again, if you want to have an interview halfway through the race or something, the interview waiting room will be open for practically most of the time when I'm in the commentary box. It will vary when David's doing it or if any other member of the commentary team or admin team will be doing it. But for now, as we approach closer and closer to dusk now, do you see that it's gonna be unfortunately the red line team making a tiny bit of a mistake there. It doesn't seem it's going to be an issue there because the Ferrari isn't 4 position, so it's nothing to stress about. But that red line car genuinely looks great. I'm not sure. Well, from a distance, it looks great. It could just be a bunch of PNG stuck to a car, but from a distance, it looks great. But I have to inspect it closer to be able to say it's one of my favorite liveries on the grid so far. As we do see now, Henia Motorsports. Wow. P20 started P3, so unfortunately a bit of a drop off in positions due to I believe it was a stop go 30 penalty, which was awarded due to a speeding in pit lane offence earlier on in the race. But nothing really has happened. It's more going to be a bit of a chill out podcast kind of thing for me now. So interactions in chat is going to be greatly appreciated, so I can actually bounce off something. But obviously, my other microphone I have just bought, I'm going to have to set up a bit better because it doesn't seem it's sounding too brilliant, sadly, but hopefully I can get that done and dusted for next broadcast. Currently P12, Freddie Coleman Evans in the 751 plus the perception for the Mustang. That was a long sentence. Getting a 20-second penalty, and that is going to be a steward assigned penalty. So Freddie or one of the other drivers, probably Freddie. Freddie is known for crashing. Yes, I am going to call him out for that because he has crashed into me several times. And he has almost sprained and broken my wrist before. But I do. Freddie's fine. Freddie's a good person. Just, I'm saying this, I'm not saying that in anger at all. It's more banter than anything. I haven't spoken to Freddie in a while. It does seem Felix getting a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, it's going to be from track cut penalty, and I believe there's only like 2 major places where you can actually cut, and it is going to be Abbey and Maggots of Beckett. Obviously, there's other places you can cut, but those are the 2 of the most accessible places to cut because obviously there's no sausage curb defending the inside line. But apart from that, that's everything in terms of drive-through penalties that could be an issue with it. But hey ho. Ooh, he's joined. There's Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hello. I thought I'd jump in and see if we can get Izzy from the Enix Racing team over.
You know, I was literally just texting that now. But there you go.
Let's see if we can get him. He's off to do an interview, so we will try and get him, boys and girls.
There we go. Saved my voice a bit.
Right, here we go. He's in the waiting room. Here we go. The man, one of the men from the Nix Racing team, is it? Or Racing Series? What was it called?
And I am a woman.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
I just could have warned you about that.
I'm so sorry. Tiredness has already crept in. Let's be honest.
That's fine. Completely reasonable. And yes,
How we
Nix
going?
Racing Series is the
Nix
team.
Racing Series. And
Yeah.
you've got 2 Mustangs, which is obviously
do.
the best car ever.
Clearly,
It is-
definitely.
It is the
Yeah.
beast, the beauty.
Yeah.
What made you guys choose the Mustang? Was it just because it was the new car?
Partly,
Or-
yeah. So we were going to go with one of the McLarens, and then it kind of came out as we were making our decision, and so we had to put it on the vote, and everyone was like, "Yes, new thing, please." So yeah, that was basically what happened.
Brilliant. I know that Mark Onomaki, he was dead keen on this car when he heard it.
Yes,
I remember chatting to him about it.
yes, or Matchy as we know him.
Matchy, yes. I've done a livery for him. I'm sure I have.
Yes, you did. He
I'll
won. He
have
won
to-
one of the liveries. Yeah,
Trying to remember now. So
I think you
long
did
ago.
one for him, and I think you did one for Chris.
I did. Yes, I did. Yeah,
Yes.
bloody hell. I do liveries for
Yeah.
everyone. Even
Yeah,
Alex.
pretty much.
So, how's it going? How is the race? How have you found it?
I think we've had some major positives and some confusion or difficulties, you could say. The main difficulty we've had at the moment is one of our drivers has had their wheel D-pad basically stop working. So when it came to changing and exchanging drivers, they couldn't.
Oh,
Which was, yeah, a bit problematic. It was like, you can't do the whole race. Come on, dude. Yeah. So it was also our higher up team. So I think they were in like
oh no.
like 10th or 12th or something. And so then we had to kind of pull into the pits and figure out, like, try and get it sorted. We're actually still in the Discord. So Chris and Matchy actually have got the PDF of like his wheel.
Oh wow.
How it works, to try and figure out exactly what is going on to try and fix it. It's still ongoing, but yeah, we had to completely disconnect the car from the server, then get our prime racer back in, our lead driver back in.
Yep.
He was on cooldown from earlier, so we had to be like, can you please come in and do one lap, please, please?
Oh wow. Wow.
Because he wasn't due back until 11, so it was kind of a little bit earlier. But now it's a race for another 2 hours, because that's when that's when Ben's due back in racing.
Gotcha.
So we do have an alternative plan if it still needs longer, which is just swapping drivers around, basically.
Love it.
Yeah, but it's all a bit tricky. Oh, and the other thing that was a problem with Car 101 was when we found out the maximum stint driver time per person. And we had
Yeah.
Matchy down for an hour longer than the maximum time.
Yeah, which honestly, that's foxed me.
Yeah.
Because I've set the server up to have maximum 6 drivers, which is the rules. However, I set the maximum driving stint time to be 25 hours. So something's bugged out somewhere in the software. I don't know.
It just seems
where.
to equally distribute it with however many drivers there are in each team. Yeah.
Yeah, and nobody told me about it until we were about 3 hours in. It's like, I can't do anything now.
I mean, we noticed it probably about an hour to 2 hours in, when we were suddenly looking at the stints. Matchy noticed it, to be fair to him, and he was like, guys, it says my maximum time is 7.5 hours, and I'm going to be honest, I think I was on for 8.5.
Yeah, we've had to have a bit of a shuffle in the 751 because of it as well. I think everyone's in the same boat with this, though.
Yeah,
You know,
I
we're
think
doing this for charity. Just suck it up, basically.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it was tricky because we were going to have 6 members, but unfortunately our 6th at a very late call had some family issues and wasn't able to join, which is really upsetting for them, obviously, as much as for us. But it meant that we'd already shuffled. I mean, you all know how it goes when you're trying to keep everything like. even, and you say, oh well, I can't do 3 till 4, but I can't do 4 till 5, and just trying to get everything working is a nightmare to begin with.
No, it's even worse when you're organising the event at the same time. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're a crazy man. I would not be joining and partaking and running it. Speaking as somebody who does run events myself in my own Discord, wouldn't do it. One or the other, not both.
The way I see it, I'm doing this for charity. So what's a bit of my time on a weekend? It's for a great cause.
Yeah, definitely.
It's got to be done.
Yeah.
So what's the strategy? Is the 101 car ever going to get past the 102 car?
Well, they got just at least twice.
Sorry, the other way around.
No, 102 was ahead. 101's behind.
Which I found hilarious.
Yep.
Because isn't 101 or 18?
Yeah. So what happened with the planning was we had somebody come to us and say, we want to do this positive perception race, enduro race. It's Silverstone, which is a track a lot of us know well anyway. And so we said, okay, cool. So a call went out, who would be vaguely interested? So we had a group of people that said, yeah, we would be interested in partaking in this thing. There were about 5 people that responded to begin with.
Right.
So it was Matchy, who's the lead driver, myself, James, who I believe is currently in Car 101 driver, Jay Knight.
Yeah.
And then Ara, who's done a bit of driving so far today, and Dingo, he's our predominant night driver this is today.
What a name.
Yes, Dingo, indeed. He won't turn up as Dingo in the race, unfortunately, but that's how we know him. But yeah, he hasn't joined in yet, but he's great. And that's a mix of Matchy's one of our best drivers in our series, and the rest of us are a complete... We've got Ara and Dingo are fairly midfield. James is sometimes midfield, but he struggles with chronic fatigue syndrome. So he really struggles to do long stints, which is why he's doing shorter stints. And then there's me, and I'm known as the perpetual amateur, and I've kind of given myself that name as well. So Silverstone's probably one of my best tracks, and I'm still lapping about 2:10, 2:09 on a good lap.
That's fine. Honestly, if you're doing it consistently, it's fine. It's perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I've long since realised. So I'm racing on a office wheelie chair.
Good. That's the best way.
Yeah. So occasionally I have to shuffle forwards.
I've got a great fix for you for that, actually.
Yeah, is it like a towel or a blanket behind the wheels?
Kind of, yeah. I used to own a product business alongside with Positive Perception.
How many hats do you wear, by the way?
Too many. And I created my own sort of pit towel range for RC races.
Okay.
I basically got one printed up to go on the floor under my desk for my chair to go on. My chair is it's on not casters, but it's on flat things that you can get off Amazon or other shops are available.
Chris has those. Yeah.
Chris does the same, it still slid a bit even with the whole world of gaffer tape around it. So the kids got some lovely soft floor mats for playing on, which they're now underneath my chair, put it that way. And it's perfect. My chair doesn't move.
Yeah. See, I queried and thought about putting those like kind of flat casters on, but I was going to get annoyed because the other difficulty I have is I'm very short. Okay. I'm 5'1", for reference, which is for the Europeans about 152 centimeters. Roughly, it's extremely short.
I measured my daughter; she's 5'7", 4'7" the other day, and she's 150.
Yeah, I was about to say
5'7", yeah.
I mean, yeah, she's a giant at 9.
You say that I have a lot of like family friends, children that are like 10 years old and already taller than me.
Love it. Love to hear it.
So I have to raise my chair, which means therefore I use a step to raise up my pedals, but then because I have to raise up my chair or else my desk is too high. It's just a whole thing. And then my wheel is too close to me because I have to wheel myself forwards to be able to reach the pedals, and then I'm like cramped and like I get like shoulder and elbow aches after too long because I need to stretch out because the wheel's too close. Yeah, it's a real trial. And so if I had the inability to also occasionally slide backwards easily, I think it would be worse for me. But yeah,
so what I'm hearing is, if there's anyone out there that can make a custom rig for Izzy, please get in contact. We will put you in touch. I think that's the best way.
Yeah, I think I need a bigger house for that first. Unless they can make it collapsible in the custom, in which case I'm there.
Yeah, why not? That's the way. I mean, mine is basically a IKEA callus quad sort of flat packed. What's the word? The quad sort of wardrobe, not wardrobe. God, it's where. No, it's not even.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It's been a long day. I'm on the Budweiser already, but I've got,
you got more. I was gonna say, are you driving again? Yeah, that's not a good sign, is it?
I'm only having one. It's fine. Somebody else is doing the stewarding for that bit. What's it called? Anyway, I built my desk basically just to satisfy my needs. So
Right.
maybe that's the avenue for you. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my desk is epic. I got it off of a European site, and it's like almost 3 meters wide. Like it's a beast.
That's a beast.
I mean, I stream on the regular, so I need 3 monitors for that. And so I kind of needed a large desk to fit with that, or else the just screen real estate wasn't quite there.
Yeah. You drop your stream. We'll follow you. We'll like and subscribe to anything you do. We're nice.
Oh, thanks. It's currently up, so you guys are technically live on my stream too. Say hi.
I bet. Hi stream. How's it going?
And it's on Twitch, and it's Izzy 280.
I've got a feeling. Did you post a link earlier?
Might have.
See, you haven't even posted a link in the streaming links channel.
I mean,
Oh dear.
I'm gonna be honest. I was just looking at other stuff, and it didn't see it there.
There was a lot going on today. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Right. The big question. Have you been following? You've been following the lead battle, I assume. You guys.
I mean, vaguely, but the names keep changing, so it's really difficult to keep track.
Yeah. So the big names. You've got Angus Fender, the GT3 racer.
Yeah.
Jack Noller. I want to say he races Clios. I'm sure it's Clios. James White. He used to race, doesn't at the moment, and Justin Lin, who I think might be a go-karter, against the sim racers, Vink, Zinoboch, Popella, Zinkerman, pardon? Bless you. The Audi team. Right, who's your money on?
I don't know, any of the sim racers.
Any of the sim racers. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting. So you reckon the Audi will...
Yeah, I don't follow any of it, to be honest. So I'm just going to root for what I feel are the underdogs, because in anything, the ones they're like, hey, you're not a real driver. So
I like it.
Underdog.
I like it. And the other important question, which of the POSPER team is going to come out on top? At the moment, we got the 751 that I'm in. Just like to point out, I'm in that one.
Yeah. Not currently, I hope.
Not currently. And then we've got the 750, the sister car, the Ferrari, who are slightly behind at the moment. But who's your money on there?
So is yours the same as ours? Your A car is...
We are in the Mustang.
No, you've got your A car and your B car round.
We don't have that sort of thing.
No? Okay, fair enough.
No. We had the 750. The 750 is always the hero car, which is usually my number. And originally when it was GT3 and GT4 for this, that was the GT3 car.
Got you.
And I wanted to race GT4, so I was 751. But obviously now we're back together, we've had to change it around. But I think talent-wise, we're pretty even. And the guys are going to love me for saying that.
I was going to say, all our better drivers are in the B car. Except for Matchy.
So you're foxing them all. I like it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Basically, that's why they're ahead, because they are just better.
Yeah.
And any car without me is going to do better, because I just go backwards when I join.
No, we'd have you racing for us. Don't worry. In fact, speaking of that, more female racers. Ever heard of it? As a series?
I haven't. No.
I haven't. So it's a fantastic series. I want to get it back off the ground.
Okay.
Which none of the admin probably are too keen on me doing because it's more work. Fully, female-oriented racing, more females in motorsport, 100% needed.
Yeah.
Would you enter?
I reckon I would enter if I had the opportunity and time to.
Excellent.
It's tricky sometimes. At the moment, I only do literally one 45-minute race occasionally with my own Discord. As with the aforementioned issues that cause me pain if I do it for too long. But yeah, I would be interested, if nothing else, just to be in and around having those conversations and joining when I
That's
could.
what we want.
Yeah.
That's what we want. Right, I'm gonna. I'll pile some more efforts into
Sign
that.
me up.
Sign you up. That's 2 at least I know of that we can get in. We got our own Lisa Louise Keane, who's not racing this weekend, but she's one of ours.
Yeah. Nice.
I know she'd be keen, chomping at the bit to do it again.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
But yeah, how do you see the rest of the race going? You reckon? Are we
Well,
going
we're
to see?
still really early days, surprisingly. Like, it feels like it's been going for ages, but
Doesn't it? I've been up since 8.
wow, yeah, that's
and I had a lie in.
Life with
Alex
kids,
Alex will be through the night. He's going to be the trooper for this, I think.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
fine.
just coffee's the
Coffee's.
I'll
Coffee's the answer. Yeah.
That's. But you know it's bad when I can't do form. Oh my days, my brain's already
Form
going.
sentences. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. I can form your sentences.
Fine, Alex. I'm going to have to drive some coffee down to you, I reckon.
You know where Chepstow is?
I know where Chepstow. I'm only 20 minutes away.
Hey.
I have a funny feeling, to answer your question, that there will be rain, but I think it will be the most inopportune moment.
Oh, that's good.
Because I mean, this is Silverstone. It is Britain.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's going to be certainly interesting if it does rain.
Yeah.
And I know there's
Definitely.
teams out there that will have prepped for rain.
Yeah, we had an entire setup for rain.
Yeah,
it
we've
happened.
done the same. We've done the same. I don't even know what setup we're on at the moment.
Yeah.
Simon
server,
loaded it in. I've driven it. Nah, not a clue.
Our practice server was raining quite considerably and pitch black.
Oh, wow. You
Yeah.
guys are hardcore for it.
Yeah. I didn't join it because I specifically said I wasn't racing at night because I can't do it. But yeah, a lot of the people that were obviously set to be the night racers were like, yeah, we shall do this. And yeah, the spray was troublesome from what I understood.
Yeah, no, I'm glad this week's brightened up and made it all better for everyone. And
Yeah.
You've just reminded me I need to put the solo server over onto a drier weather setup. Better do that while I'm here.
Yeah, that's fine. I had a question for you guys.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yes.
Aside from any that you've created, because you can't answer the ones you've created,
Oh,
what do you think livery wise? We're what's your
Today?
thoughts? Yeah, today.
so
in the grid.
interestingly, Alex asked me that about
An hour
what was
ago.
it? About an hour ago? Yeah, it's about an hour ago. He asked me that. I have a top 3.
Okay. Did he also ban you from answering with ones you'd created?
Yeah, he
and
did.
he still decided to do it.
Got half the grid that did. So I'm a big fan of the 23 Ferrari, driven by the guys over in Singapore. Mainly
Okay.
because not only does it look pretty cool,
Mhm.
they've created their own number boards,
Oh.
which that's outside the box thinking there. I love to see it.
Wow.
God, who else did I say? Alex, I've forgotten already.
You could always change.
I could change. Wild Things race. So
What
the
number's that?
Nissan Godzilla 79
Okay.
by Denise Pope, who is an absolutely outstanding livery designer in her own right.
Mhm.
Used to work for QNOS. So a lot of the real liveries you would have driven in ACC were
Yeah.
done by her.
Oh, cool.
And recently she moved over to race to work for the guys doing LMU.
Okay.
So if you ever race that, the UI was designed by her.
Oh, that's cool.
And their livery is perfect. It's absolutely gorgeous. Lovely fade work from the silver to the black to the pink.
Mhm.
The full. It is how they started Wild Things. When I started sim racing, they were the team to beat.
Yeah.
Great.
I
to
like
see
a
the
good
new
like
skill race.
ombre look. I don't know if that's what it's
Yeah.
officially called, but
That is what it is. I'm gonna have to quickly.
oh, that
scroll
was a
through
collision.
to find the other.
Sorry, I'm watching your guys' stream.
That's fine. I've got to find the livery now. It was here somewhere. God, which one was it, Alex? What did I say?
750.
757. That was it. Dan Crinzen and friends
Mhm.
with his. I did call that one. Yeah, Barwell Motorsport inspired one.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah. So, for those who haven't heard me mention this for about 57 million times, Dan is racing with his mate
Yep.
in his house.
Mhm.
and they are literal hopping out of the chair and in the chair. to
Oh,
drive.
really?
This is why they have the red number by their name, because we wanted to differentiate them. So they are literally doing it in Dan's house. It's brilliant.
Well.
and-
See, I had that potential. So Chris and I obviously live together, and
Yep.
so there was the potential for if something went, absolutely catastrophically wrong, there would be there would be a chance that one or other, if we weren't on at the same time in the same stint, could take over.
I love that. That's
Yeah.
brilliant. That is
Like, I don't know,
absolutely
break an ankle falling down the stairs or whatever. Like, you know.
brilliant. Yeah. Alex, you're probably the closest person to me, aren't you? So, whenever you need to hop
Unfortunately.
in, whenever you need to hop in, I'm only just up the road, mate.
If you want me to take your stints, I'll happily do them. I was actually going to race originally,
You were,
but-
actually, yeah.
but unfortunately had to pull out due to my teammates not
Oh.
actually being able to race. And I think it's more a blessing as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We'll let you off because you are doing a stellar job in commentary, as you always
I
do.
don't know about that. I've not spoken much, I'll be honest.
You're doing
Your
that.
stream chat is calling me out,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
No, I remember this from last year's race.
Yep.
So,
Oh!
you have 365 birthdays.
Yep.
And also,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, your status hasn't changed since then either.
No,
Give me
there's a
a
reason
birthday,
for
it
that.
hasn't.
There's a reason that it hasn't changed. It's because people still keep wishing me a happy birthday every day.
I love that. So it's not actually your birthday
It is not. For reference, my
It's not.
birthday is in August.
in August. Right. Alex, make a note. We'll sing a happy birthday to her at some point.
But please change your status. It is my birthday on that one day.
I'm gonna put like,
Yeah.
finally my birthday.
Do you get
Yeah.
extra presents or?
Well, not really. You see, this is the point. If I did, I wouldn't mind. I'd be like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, you wish me birthday every day. I don't mind. Yeah. Presents, cake every day. Who wouldn't love it?
Love it. Absolutely brilliant.
But,
Right, I need to dash off because I need to go and deal with my team.
Mhm.
Even me
They're
already.
asking for me.
Shaking my head.
Freddie needs me apparently, so I need to. But Freddie needs me.
You're
I
in
know.
Freddy's car? Unlucky.
I know Freddie, the king of rolling a car over at Bathurst,
It's so impressive, you know.
is my
It really
co-driver. He's yeah. he's already in my bad books. We're doing 2 track cuts.
So both of our cars are currently on 3 track cuts.
You're
Don't want to
already-
alarm anybody.
We've gone over 3. We already owe some money.
You're on 5.
The last time I checked, we were on 5. Yeah.
Oh my days.
But I'm wondering why he wants me now. So Izzy, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Feel free to stick around and chat away to Alex.
I may do.
Good luck for the rest of the race to the entire Nick's Racing Series teams.
Thank you.
And let's hope the 102 can fight back and get above the 101. Let's see what happens.
The other way around. But yes.
Or sorry, we want the one. So we want the 101 ahead. You're in the 101.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Correct.
Right, we want the 102 to have an absolute engine blowout. Yeah.
Not quite. We want them to still carry on.
Fair enough. More ballast, less restrictor, maybe. Way
I don't know. Maybe just like give them like a drive-through, maybe.
Drive through. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. We can do that. I've got the power for that.
Go with 120.
Stop go 20. Yeah. Brilliant. Right. No, absolute pleasure talking to you, and I'm sure I'll talk to you again.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Bye, Mark. All right. Now, one question I was going to ask you actually earlier.
Yes.
'Cause I know you raced in Spa 24 hours
Yes.
with your team. And I completely forgot where you finished in that race. Where did you finish in Spa 24?
Give me a second because we have it in our Hall of Fame in our Discord, and I will tell you.
Finishing the race is already an accomplishment.
We definitely finished the race. It was somewhere in the 20s, but let me get the exact
Okay.
numbers for you. So this one. Okay, so it wasn't this one. Ugh. We also did an enduro event in between with SNR. I know you guys know SNR quite well.
Yeah. I don't think.
Sim Night Racing?
I think it's Tim Reese. It's one of the way. Yeah, I do know who they are, but
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fine.
think it's the right abbreviation.
No, that's fine. Wait, Simba, that was it. Let's have a look. Okay, so
Simba,
it
yeah,
wasn't
that's it.
it wasn't where I thought. That's fine. Because it was a massive grid that time, wasn't it? It was absolutely crazy.
I believe it was 50 cars.
It says 60 on my thing, but
60
it
cars.
might not have been 60 to start. It might have, because you know they drop out, don't they, with like
Yeah,
quality,
yeah.
people not
That's a
making it and
load of
stuff.
cars. I don't remember it that much.
No. Oh, do you know my biggest memory from that is the end or qualifying and the qualifying pile-up. Do you remember?
Oh my days, yeah.
The absolute catastrophic pile-up.
I think my my vivid memories of it was the PTSD of getting over 200 DMs from drivers. As we just see DeLuca going into the wall there. So I'm not actually sure what corner that is, but luckily that's not your car. That's the ERC Sports car. But
Yes.
there was 200 DMs for a certain reason. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx anything. But I think
Yep.
you know exactly what I mean.
So okay, so the car that I was in, which was car 98 in that instance, came 45th.
Okay.
And the car that by all rights should have come ahead of us, but was not able to, because I don't know if you remember, but we had one of the disconnect problems where it was literally during the night. So I think like when we'd done a decent amount of racing, they did a driver swap and the driver wasn't able to connect to the car. And so they had to just stop basically. And then they were going to pick it up in the morning, but unfortunately the lead driver couldn't start because he'd done a load of the stuff in the morning or the first day and was like, it's fine, I won't come so much for the second day. Anyway, it was a nightmare, but they still finished 55th. So they did a very good job. So it was 45th and 55th. But yeah, it was nightmare.
Spa, it was an absolute nightmare because I said this earlier, but the Positive Perception Esports team, the majority of the drivers came from my esports team, which is now rebranded as Positive Perception Esports. We did the race. It was me, Freddie, Tala, it was Robert Best as well. We all did it, and I had stupidly decided to take the restart stint after the unfortunate event that happened, but I forgot to calibrate my wheel before this happened.
Oh no.
So first of all, on the formation lap, I accidentally binned it into the wall on the comms.
Oh
It's a
dear.
bad one as well.
Oh
It's
dear.
more impressive than anything. And then I had lorry rotation still from playing Euro Truck Simulator, so going through
Oh.
the first corner, I had to do
See-
4 rotations.
Do you know my trick for that is not using a wheel for Euro Truck and using a controller instead?
Yeah. I learned my lesson.
I never wanted to do that many rotations in that game. Gosh. No, my favorite trick, at least I've only done it in practice, is if I start and again I haven't put my wheel back to the middle or it's like upside down by 1 because you can't always tell because it looks right. But
Yes. Yeah.
and so you come out of the pits and you immediately
You crash into the-
swerve. It's always the way that the wall is. I don't know why.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, and then you just like go just parallel in the pits and you're like, okay, cool, I've hit the wall, maybe I should just go home and start again.
It has happened to me that, and I believe that also happened on the start of the race as well, but luckily with the
Yeah.
Euro Truck.
So I'm just watching our car possibly take a position.
Unfortunately,
on
I would
the
show it on the
stream.
stream, but luckily I really can't show anything. But I see Daniel Crinton's car. That's the only one I do see on stream so far.
Well, I've got your guys' YouTube up, and that's what I'm watching at the moment.
Oh, so it's a... Oh, I see. So it was a previous 15 seconds ago.
Yes.
So I'm glad I can remember that.
It's fine. It's car 9. It was ours. He's easy to see because he's bright orange and yellow.
That will definitely help at 2:30 in the morning when I can't formulate English at all.
Just look at the bright orange and yellow car. It's fine. But yeah.
Oh, there's actually another bright orange and... Well, yeah, just a bright orange and blue car this though on screen.
Nice.
That's going to make it more complicated.
Nice. But no, there's 2 bright orange and yellow cars because we have 2 sister cars, so they've got basically the same livery. But yeah, no, Chris made our livery. He's done a very good job with them. And obviously the Nyx is our racing series and it's based on a Phoenix, therefore we tend to go for fiery colours. That's the idea.
Oh, hang on.
Bit of background for you.
Wait, what's your because you're NRS? What's the abbreviation of the team called?
So yeah, it's NRS and it's the Nix Racing Series.
Oh, you just literally said that 5 seconds. Sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. Like I said, it's been a long day. But no, it's because Nix is the name of the Discord that we race in, and Nix is already an abbreviation for Phoenix.
Oh, so you're in? Is it Phoenix SimSport by any chance?
No, completely unrelated.
Ah, okay. That's even more complicated.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's the just Phoenix Communities Discord. So we just do a load of different games in our Discord. Speak of, we've got a Valheim starting soon, a Minecraft modded starting soon. There's loads of stuff we do.
That's great. I like stuff when community's more not fully reliant on sim race and stuff like that. It's really cool to see stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of decent community members, and some of them aren't even interested in the esports or the racing at all, which is completely fine. And then we've got people that are literally only in the Discord for the Assetto Corsa racing. So yeah, it's a bit odd, but it works really well. So it's been going good.
Do you want to plug that tiny bit? You can have 50 seconds of plug time because Mark's not here.
Oh, okay. So the idea is it's a community Discord and people will join. We try to be generally non-competitive, more kind of PvE stuff than PvP. So it's all more, being nice to one another and bigging each other up. And so, helpful and community-based stuff. We do competitions every now and then, just a bit of fun. But no, it's more, working with people than against them. But yeah, we play all sorts of games and people will just hang out in chat. At the moment, one of the things I'm going to do in my downtime is I've got a Planet Zoo challenge going on. One of the most chillest games I think that can exist. Between me and one of my members called Milkshake. And we're just trying to get a franchise, make the most money and make the most conservation credits. It's going to be great.
I must say, the names in that Discord server might be the best names I've ever heard. Out of all of the names I've heard to hear.
Yeah, so we've obviously got Dingo, we've got Milkshake, we've got Yeti. Yeah, we've got loads.
That's brilliant.
DJ Penguin, that's one of our other racers as well. He's unfortunately not able to join, but yeah, we just go whole hog with if you want to get a nickname, just take a nickname. And it's nice because nobody needs to use their full or their real name. So yeah, it's great. It's just a laugh, honestly.
It's good to see though. I really do like when it comes as I've already said it before, but when communities do stuff like that, I've been a part of a community called Toga. They're I believe they're the biggest on SimGrid now, unless FRL that's still it. But they are what's it called? They're still doing a bunch of stuff when it comes to flight simulator. We've started actually farming stuff of it, which is only when chaotic.
Yeah. Saying that, we've just started a DCS server where people are learning how to fly. Yeah. So
it's good, but really expensive.
Well, not if you just use the free play.
Yeah. That's a fair point there.
There's nobody's forcing you to buy it.
Oh, I need to get my flight yoke out again.
Yeah.
I need to do a lot of stuff when it comes to aviation, but
well, if you fancy dipping your toes back in again, hit me up and I will get you involved in when they do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's good fun. At the moment, there's about 3 people that Chris is teaching how to play the game and stuff. So they tried mid-air refueling. Obviously, the first session was how to get your plane off the runway and into the air.
Mid-air refueling.
Yeah, mid-air. I'm not entirely sure. From what I understand, it went relatively well. So they've all decided they're doing dogfights now because they're pros.
That is me.
Yep. Yeah, no, it is good fun. And we've got a lot of decent people that will just... It's not always up to... Because obviously I've created the Discord and I run it, but I also kind of create these small spaces. So I don't run the racing section. Chris runs it. And the Minecraft section is run by another one of our members. So it's really nice because you get these little distinct communities, and I can just rely on people occasionally to say, hey, I want to play this game, I'm going to set it up and I'm going to run it, and if anyone's interested, they can come join. It makes it way easier for me because I'm not doing everything.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Well, I know that Positive Perception does when it comes to their racing community itself, because obviously there's Ash. I'm gonna have to remember this. Ash, Colin, Mark.
Wait a second, you need to ban any more Marks from joining.
Yeah, tell that to Mark. Which one? There's there's Ash as well, and there's a few other legends as well that work behind the scenes doing absolutely God's work when it comes to David as well. Oh my days, I forgot David. He's in cool with us. But yeah, David as well. All doing God's work when it comes to keeping Positive Perception alive and actually a viable place to race.
Yeah, I mean, you do some Assetto Corsa stuff as well, don't you? Like the original.
I'll be honest. I don't actually do anything for Positive Perception, so I don't know. I started here.
I don't do anything. I just live here.
Yeah, that is my term. I'm here for 24 hours.
No, that's fair enough. I may be wrong as well, but I think that was correct. But who knows?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. I think they did a set of course of stuff back. Yeah, back in the day, yeah, they did. I remember that. Because this race was originally going to be ran in a Assetto Corsa, which was going to be a Le Mans styled race, but due to, I think it was low sign-outs and it just being quite difficult to do AC endurance races, they decided to take it back to ACC, which I think was a really good decision to say the least.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Do you know one of the things that we've been doing in our Discord, which I think I would propose to you guys as just a bit more fun. I know this is a fun race as well, but it even got more fun than this. So it was a charity race for us as well. We've done three or four of them, a lot. And we do quite a lot of things in the Nick's Discord, so it's hard to keep track. But no, we did a charity event that we did a race for, and people from the stream, or also drivers, could donate to have things happen. So kind of like Mario Kart. And so we had it like you could donate £10 or equivalent in your own currency, and you could like make the lead driver pit, or you could put a named driver and make a named driver pit, or do a drive-through. And like it was so much fun, and we had a really good turnout, and people got really into it. We had people like donating left, right, and center because they would donate, and then they're kind of people that were rooting for the people that just got pit would counter pit them, and it was just great. He had like these pit arguments.
We did a similar thing. When I say we, I mean Togamo Sports. I was just there commentating with it. They did. It was this year actually. It was January, maybe start of February. It was for Cancer UK, and it was a Spark 10 hours, I believe it was. It was either 10 or 12. I think it was 12 hours. But it was practically the same principles of what you did. I'm assuming you might have took inspiration from Jimmy Broadbent's one.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it was because we decided to do a race, and then some of our members just came in because they like to sow chaos. So it was from the Discord in the chat, and that they weren't racing, and they were saying, hey, I want such and such to win. Can I have all of their competitors pit, please? And we went, well, donate, and sure. We just wanted to try and make the most money for the charity, and it worked so well that we just built upon it each time, pretty much.
It's actually, there's this, the way Toga set out is quite complicated, but there is basically a head of department, basically, in terms of everything. He's a bloody tech whiz, to say the least, when it comes to it. But once we hit the goal, I believe it was £2,000, with, I think it was 30 minutes left to go, he decided what's it called? The reward, I don't know if you would call it a reward, or a punishment. Every driver would get a stop go 30 on track, and there's 45 cars, I believe.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, we had a lot of those. Yeah. Let me see if I can find out how much we raised. Again, my Hall of Fame post is coming in handy. So one of them was called Wall Taps for Me, Emmy being the charity we were raising for, Action for Emmy. And we raised just over £900 on that one, just in our group, which was, I think, about 10 of our drivers. So it's like nowhere near to the size of this. So we were extremely happy with our community for coming out full force. And then we had Nick's Drive Through Hell, which was a mix of charities because we had different people picking charities. So we had one for Multiple Sclerosis Trust, which got just shy of 500. Kidney Care UK, just over 100. Cats Protection, which is the one I picked, was 100, just over. And Action for Emmy, again, was just over 100. So it was 800 total, which again was great. And I'm trying to find the first one. Maybe that was the first one. Drive Through Hell, yeah. And then... Oh, yeah. There must be another one, because there's definitely 3.
Mystery.
Yeah. It's been really funny because each of the names of them has been like a bit of a pun, and I'm all about those puns, honestly.
I like when people do that.
Yeah,
it's just a small attention to detail.
It was Flat Tires for Me, because it was again Action for Emmy. That was the first one we did. That one was one of our most successful, and we got just shy of 1,200 on that one. So
Nice.
yeah, it was really good. And we actually got a letter back from the charity, thanking us directly in our Discord for raising the money for them, which was really nice.
I believe Mark got the same thing from the Simba race.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it?
After. Yeah. I think he sent it on the Twitter. I'll find it later. I'll send it in chat. Hopefully something like that will happen again. If we reach the goal, that was a brilliant segment. That was,
wasn't it? Guys, it's a charity. You can donate.
Currently sitting at 88%. With £890, £10 left. Well, no, not £10 left. Oh, my brain's going. 110. That's it. Thank you.
I'm here to bail you out. Don't worry.
I need another coffee soon. I've been up since 5:30, which was not a good idea.
Wow.
Yeah, went to the gym early in the morning and then came back. But
I don't do mornings.
Me neither usually, but here we are.
Yeah, 890 out of your £1,000 goal is really good.
Nearly getting that. Hopefully, usually at the end of the race, we do usually see quite a spike in donations. So hopefully, we can see something like that within the next 16 hours, hopefully.
I think there's enough time. There's definitely enough time.
Hopefully.
I was doing a little bit of research into the Christie charity. It's one that helps out cancer patients, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, this is one that was voted upon in the endurance series. I believe it was actually at the start of the year.
Because I hadn't heard of them until this.
Yeah, I think what Mark likes to do is use more, like, what's the word? Less known charities, I guess you could say.
The ones that go under the radar, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, you could have gone, let's go Macmillan, but like everyone said Macmillan in the UK, so.
Well, I think, it just makes it a tad bit more special donating to charities that are less publicised and definitely with, like, mass donations, especially like the Me Foundation. I don't think I've heard of them before.
So it's Action for ME. It helps people with chronic fatigue syndrome, and it helps them go through a lot of stuff to like help them get the benefits and stuff. Because I don't know if you know a lot about chronic fatigue or CFS.
I don't actually know.
So basically, the easiest way to describe this was chronic fatigue syndrome is pretty much exactly the same as people have been suffering from now with long COVID, but it was before long COVID was a thing.
Oh, I see.
Long COVID is a form of CFS, basically. And people have been suffering from it for years and years and years. But it's been hugely under-researched and looked into, because nobody really knows what causes it or why some people get it and some people don't. Same as long COVID. It's got a lot of similarities. But that was probably one of the best things to come out of the whole situation with COVID was everyone's now like, actually, maybe we should do a lot more research into this CFS thing, because long COVID doesn't make any sense, and neither does CFS. So yeah,
it's
but
definitely
one of our
something.
members suffers from it, so we feel quite strongly about it.
Yeah, that's really, really nice that you support with it. I believe. Well, who was it again? Because you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, James Knight. So he's currently racing at the moment in Car 101. So he's doing an amazing job. I think this is his second stint, although his first stint was a double back-to-back stint, so technically it's third. That will probably see him out for today, and we're probably not going to put him on tomorrow, because usually what happens is he'll have a day where he'll, you know, push his body a bit, and he'll then feel it later, so he'll probably be asleep for, you know, 15, 16 hours straight, pretty much. That's quite common for him, which is really tricky.
Yeah. It's obviously something, definitely just making the driver rest a tiny bit, just obviously not over pushing it, especially with burnout as well, being one of a huge factor of sim racing as well, because I know quite a few of these, I'm pretty sure most of these drivers have probably experienced some sort of burnout with it. It's definitely
Who's the crazy person that's doing the whole 24 hours? I thought that somebody was saying that somebody was doing the whole thing solo, and I was like, that.
I don't think anyone's doing it solo.
Okay, good.
I believe what might have been a resemblance of that is Crimson.
Oh, because they're swapping in and out in person. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I thought somebody was saying that actually somebody was soloing it, and I was like, that is insane. Please tell me which car number and I'll avoid them.
That's exactly the point. I want to solo a 24-hour race, but first of all, I can't focus for more than... I can't focus watching a film, let alone driving for 24 minutes. That's why I'm a TikTok user. But,
yeah. I was going to say, I can't stay awake for 24 hours straight. It's not happening, so...
I'll find out if I could do it today again.
Yeah, no, there's a reason I've done my stint already today, and I don't have another one until tomorrow morning.
That's why, if you, because I was going to race this originally, I said this earlier, but we put, like a Google Sheets up, and it's more like first comes, first serves in terms of stint. So everyone goes for the morning, afternoon stuff. No one touches the midnight stints unless it's the last driver to actually see it.
Yeah, so the way we do it, interestingly, I think it works quite well. So Chris has got a spreadsheet that has driver availability. And so you put in every hour whether you're available, whether you might be available, or whether you're unavailable. And then he puts all of the drivers down, and then he'll basically do a mock-up and say, okay, well, this is what this looks like at the moment. And so far, it's all worked out. Like, we've actually got people, like, for example, Dingo, he was like, oh, I want to do the night shift. I want to hardcore the night shift. Like, we've got crazy people that choose to do that. And yeah, we've got loads of other people that do a lot of enduro racing every now and then. So that they always like to push themselves to do this. So we tend not to find that we have those issues. And people will always just be willing to say, yeah, sure, I'll do you know, this crazy ass 3 o'clock in the morning shift. And Chris himself, for example, in the second car, he's put himself in for a triple stint 2 till 5.
Oh my, that's the first part's already crazy enough, but doing a 2 till 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah,
respect
the
that
man,
so
the
highly.
man is crazy.
I do respect that.
And then for whatever reason, he's got himself a second triple stint later on, 11 till the end of the race, pretty much.
I'm assuming he's only having 2 sets of being in the car.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all he's doing.
Doing single stints here and there, that's even more mental.
No, I think he was preferring to do a massive longer stint and fewer of them. Whereas I'm the opposite. I can only be in the car for like an hour because it ends up hurting me. So later on tomorrow, I've got a double stint, but it's segmented. So I've got 1 hour on, 1 hour off, 1 hour on.
Speaking of rigs, actually, because obviously you said you were a shorter person, you're the exact same height as my girlfriend, actually. So she's been in my rig before, having the exact same issues with this because the pedals are
yeah. See,
different postcodes.
I just haven't. Yeah, basically, I haven't got a rig because none of them would really do me any good, and I don't have the space really.
Have you tried what's it called, like one of those next level racing go-kart ones?
I'm going to be honest, no. I've seen a couple of rigs. I do a lot of like tenancy visits for my job. So I go around to people, and you'd be surprised how many people have proper sim rigs these days. And I've seen quite a few, and some of them are insane. But all of the ones I've seen are very much a case of they've got a proper like racing car seat, and then they've got the mounts for the monitors and for the steering wheel, and yeah, okay, they can roll their seat forward and backwards and whatnot. Like, they're pretty intense. But even so, it wouldn't. I'd end up with neck ache or leg ache or elbow ache. Well, I basically have to pick my poison, and in my current setup, it's elbow ache for some reason.
The elbow's stuck right out, though.
No, so they don't stick right out. It's more a case of, because of how short I am, I've got a Secret Labs chair for ease of imagining. So it's quite big. I have to push the armrests out at a diagonal, so I can have space to put my elbows back towards the back of the chair. And then to set myself in and to get myself with my pedals close enough, I have to basically have my tummy touching the bottom of my steering wheel. And so you can imagine what that's like with my arms positioned, like shimmied up. So I'm kind of like, so it's because I'm really tight to my torso is the reason.
It's a
With the
proper
steering
racing
wheel.
style position.
I mean, is it though?
No.
It's like a granny in a little Sunday drive.
I mean, if it works, it works.
I mean, it kind of works. What I need is my potentially a higher thing for my pedals, or because the thing is, if I move it forwards, because of the way I've got it set up, I don't have anything for it to rest on at the back, because it's on a footrest that I've attached it to with ratchet straps, would you believe?
Works.
And yeah. And therefore, if I move it forwards, it then starts tipping backwards every time I actually use like the pedal. So it's really, really tricky. So actually, let me hang on. I'm just having a thought that I can actually take a picture and send you a DM of my current setup that would help you potentially figure out half of the problem.
My creative mindset is not good, so trying to think of this is
Yeah.
using more brain cells than what I've used in my GCSEs.
Okay. Just mind some of the mess. Obviously, it's a 24-hour race, so I've got things like my plate and my water jug in the way. But let me send you this.
The water jug isn't 500 litres. I don't know what is. Going to be
No, my water bottle is a thermos, so it keeps it cold, and it has capacity for 1.8 litres.
so strong, to be fair.
It's actually because I need it for work, but
You know what, fair.
yeah, it's a good one. It definitely keeps things cool and nice and.
Morning coffee, though.
See, again, I don't drink coffee.
Not.
I do not.
Do you drink any caffeinated drinks at all?
I do not. I adult on hard mode, as my partner keeps telling me.
I respect that. I don't drink Monsters or anything like that, mainly because I'm first of all underage for them still.
Oh no!
I still don't drink WY.
Oh dear! I didn't realise you were that young.
Yep, but hey ho.
No
It is
worries.
what it is, I guess.
Again, I get used to it with having a Sorry, that was just my prior.
How do you do?
Because I'm sending it on my phone, I had to send you a message to get it. There you go. There's my setup.
I must say the setup itself is mega.
Yeah, most of it's obviously because of the streaming, but
Stream
yeah.
Deck XL.
You can see the bright orange ratchet straps on my Planetech.
Oh my god, I've only just
pedals.
noticed that. The duct tape on the chair.
Oh yeah, that's the armrest. Because okay, so this is the other thing. Because I'm short, I'm sat in my chair. I technically, if I sit properly, I can't. My feet don't touch the floor.
Oh.
I can make them touch the floor by pointing my toes downwards, but they generally just don't. So obviously that strains muscles and stuff. So what I have ended up having to do, well, I sit cross-legged a lot, but what I have to do is move up my armrests so that they catch slightly underneath the desk. So then I kind of wedge it slightly underneath the desk so it doesn't move and doesn't swing. Because I can't stabilize myself with my own feet.
I respect it. I really, really do respect how you've done this. To be fair.
This is just short people problems, honestly. So you should have a better respect for your girlfriend, honestly, who probably struggles with exactly the same things as me.
I do make a lot of jokes, so
That's understandable. As a fellow 5'1" person, it's unavoidable.
yeah, I have the opposite issue, to be honest, at the moment.
Yeah.
I need to get a different seat. I'm 6'3".
6'3". Oh my goodness,
yeah.
that's even bigger than the discrepancy between me and my partner. Wow. Wow.
It's a bit difficult with my rig because currently I've got a full aluminium profile rig, but my sliders are broken. But they're broken in the worst possible, like, sliding position possible.
Oh no. So it's not like in the correct position for you. It's just like that would be too easy, wouldn't it?
Exactly. My friend used it. He slid it along.
And
I
then
don't know
broke
what
it.
happened. Yeah, practically the sliding mechanism's broke. So what I'm gonna have to do is get like a longer piece of aluminium profile, actually, or I just replace the sliders, which is probably more of a reasonable option.
I was gonna say that's probably a lot easier, honestly.
It's like, what am I talking about? I'll just replace the sliders.
Yeah. Oh, Ben got in. Sorry, Ben. You know the person we were saying was having trouble with his buttons. He's now in car 102, which means he's probably fixed his issue with his buttons, which is great news.
Please tell me the issue was just having to unplug and plug it back in.
I don't know. We tried a lot of things. Eventually, we said to him, just restart your entire computer and get back to us.
Yeah. What does he race with?
It's a Thrustmaster of some kind. I can't remember
Okay.
the exact numbers, but yeah, he was definitely struggling with it. There was a 2 in there at the beginning, but that's all I can give you.
Oh, I do know which one it is then. I just can't. It's like a 248 or something.
I don't know.
But oh my days! I just thought the massive spike of fire just.
Oh no! What type of rig do you have? What wheel do you?
So, currently I'm in the process of like changing it again.
Oh, okay. Again, how many times have you changed it?
Yeah, too many times for someone who does not.
How long have you? I was gonna say, how long have you been racing for?
So I've been racing 2 years, and then I started as a part-time commentator because I'm now technically classed as self-employed.
Okay.
But all of my money still goes towards my rig, which is the most stupid idea ever. But I just like upgrading it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to have a hobby that they put all of their money into. Mine at the moment is gardening.
I respect that. I've got quite a few plants in the room. They're alive. They're living.
That's a good start.
Food. Yeah,
good start.
Plant food today.
I like creating veg so we can eat it.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I did cress once and almost killed it. So
Cress is surprisingly tricky.
Yeah, I just left it with water and just hoped it survived.
You know you have to refill water. That's what rain traditionally does.
Yeah.
You can't just go, watered you now, that's it for your entire existence. GG.
It's got, just, oh my days, what's it called? Just a cup of water next to it, just give it that when it needs it.
I thought you just meant you put the cup next to it so it can see what it can't have.
I'm doing that next time, Juggle. Next time, I'm so cool.
Look at this water, so close yet so far away.
With these two plants in my room, they're both quite special plants to me.
Yes.
But the one on the left, I have a feeling it's close to 80 years old.
80? That's impressive. Is it a cactus of some kind?
It is, yes.
Yeah, you impressed I guessed that.
I don't know how other plants will actually live that long.
Trees
apart from
tend
trees.
to. Yeah. But I would have guessed you probably wouldn't have had a tree in your house.
So this is my oak tree. No, it has grown maybe 5 centimeters every business year.
Okay,
but
can I clarify what the difference between a year and a business year is?
business year is 80 years, it seems. But And then the one on the right is a spider plant.
Oh yes.
It's absolutely humongous.
Yeah, I was gonna say both two good strong choices there. How many extra spider plants have like started sprouting from that one spider plant?
I think we've had about 10 extra saplings.
Yeah, they tend to brig all over the place.
To be fair, I have 2 more as well, but it's in my bathroom, but they are both mine as well. They're 2 money plants.
Oh
well.
yeah. That's cool.
They're a bit annoying to they're actually quite easy to maintain. It's like water every 2 weeks or something like that, but it's like the plant food and stuff. They use a different kind of plant food or something. It's a bit strange.
See, I don't give any of my plants plant food. Shocking, I know.
As a gardener, I think you should.
No, I just put them in the garden, put them in the soil, water them if it's not rained.
Scarecrow?
No, don't even have a scarecrow. I mean, I've got 2 cats, but
That's scary enough.
they're mostly indoor cats. There's actually one on my windowsill right now that's just like looking outside. I'm not quite sure what she's seen. But
My dog
something.
will bark at anything on the TV, so if it's like an ant he's found on the TV, he'll bark at that. Anything living.
Fair
That's why
enough.
he's not trusted in the... I've got 2 dogs. I'm
Yeah.
assuming you've got 2 cats.
Correct.
I'm trying to think what's it called. I've ordered a coffee now, so hopefully
That's
this is all going to change. It's
That's good.
McDonald's 99p one, so the delivery costs more than the actual product.
Wow.
but-
Is it not like you could just go and get a coffee from like downstairs? Is that not an option?
Yeah. Now,
No?
it
Okay.
is- It is.
It is an option. It's not the one I picked, however.
Because maybe it came with a plant on the side this time. I've treated myself to a midnight snack thingy. So
Midnight
Everyone's
snack
just
at
got
9
coffee, so-
9 o'clock 20 to 10. Got it.
it's later, right? My bedtime was half an hour ago. No shit.
I was gonna say, as a streamer, my bedtime's usually about midnight, so I'm okay for a little while.
Yeah, I'll have to see until my English starts deteriorating. I'll probably try to get like a few hours sleep tonight.
Yep.
But I'll probably be back on for like 5 a.m. and then David will obviously finish the race whenever he
Got
comes
ya.
back. If his
Got
PC
ya.
died, it's done. But
I was gonna say, a lot of people have had those kind of issues with like
yeah,
disconnections or their PC dying, and like it's crazy. I mean, I know that it's a long time that to try and keep stuff working for. Like, if you're gonna have an issue, you'll probably find it in a 24-hour race. But like,
it
it's
wouldn't happen during
surprising.
practice. Everything would be nice in practice, but then as soon as it hits maybe 2 minutes after the race, your PC dies. As it seems Costa unfortunately had that issue in chat. I
Yep.
believe you're with Bohemia Motorsport, if I'm not wrong. That's the team I was going to originally race with, which I didn't in the end because I had exams which I thought were on a different week. So organisation at its finest.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
that-
commentating.
Got ya. Or was it all a ploy and you just wanted to commentate the whole time?
The fact I've already commentated today on a different series, so my voice is starting to go, so I don't know.
Oh wow! So this is your second commentating. Wow.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think I can top Spa 24 hours when it comes to commentary, because that was my first ever actual, well, technically my first ever commentary
Right.
session, which I did in total 18.5 hours.
That is a strong effort.
It is a strong. I don't think I could do that ever again. I think I'm at 2.5, maybe 3 hours now.
I think the longest stream I did was 16 hours. I think.
Well,
But
you
I
gonna change that
had
today
like
with the 24 hour.
no. No, don't be silly. I need to sleep today. But no, usually I can stream for 13, 14 hours, and at that point I'm just like you, everything starts falling apart and breaking down, and like things don't work properly in my head. But even then I would still have breaks, so I'd have like a half-hour break to go and have lunch or dinner or whatever. So it wasn't like constantly on. yeah, it's still it's draining. It's surprising how draining just talking for so long is sometimes.
Yeah. Being
I was like, what do you mean it was hard? All you did was sat there talking.
Yeah, talking in general is just sometimes your social battery just dies.
Yeah.
That's what will happen tonight, I think.
I fortunately have a very long social battery. I think part of it comes from growing up with quite a large family.
Yeah, that would do it.
But the other part comes from I actually am just an extrovert.
Yeah, that's fair as well. I used to be very, very introverted, which sounds very, very stupid for someone to be a commentator. But somehow I'm a commentator. But hey, hey.
Well, I mean, you can like, if you just enjoy doing it, then you can kind of pass through your kind of natural state of where you'd be. And I mean, you can get extroverted introverts and you can get introverted extroverts. So
It's almost as complicated as when maps go northeast west, like northeast east. It's like
northeast east. Yeah. Yeah. We already had directions. Just stick with them. Why did we need more?
It's almost as bad as coordinates.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you wanted to get more specific, use degrees of your compass. It's not that hard.
Get a certain speck of grass you wanted.
I was just thinking of Armour 3, because we used to play a lot of that. And so you'd be like, oh, you know, enemy combatant 45 degrees. And you'd be like, to go and find where that was.
I don't actually play many actual games anymore, which sounds stupid because I'm a teenager. But I genuinely don't actually go on my PC as much as I would because I've spent too much money on this PC to something I use maybe an hour a day on.
Wow. See, I finish work and turn my PC on and I will play a game to chill. I maybe jump in a chat with some people, and then if I feel like it, I will stream until I go to bed.
That's the dream.
I mean, streaming is ordinarily a game, so I stream whatever I feel like because I'm a variety streamer. So whatever I feel like in the moment is what I'll be streaming.
Question.
Okay.
And you have to round it down to 1 instead of liveries. Yeah. Best game to come out in 2024.
Interesting. Because so one thing about me is I refuse to pay extortionate amounts of money for games.
That's fair.
So usually it will be like a £20 average. 25 is my hard limit for a game cost. Which basically means I won't get to play a game until it's been out for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can tell you the game that I was most excited that came out this year that I haven't yet played because I haven't bought it yet. And that was Manor Lords.
I've heard of it, not played it.
Yeah. It's like a city builder strategy type game. It looks really good. But I played the demo and that was good.
What's your best game of all time then? Because if you're a streamer, you should have hopefully your best game of all time.
See, I was having this conversation the other day, and it depends how you classify it. And I'm thinking...
In terms of genre of games?
No. So I was more thinking like, there's games, and a lot of games that I will really enjoy. And there's a lot of games that I would say probably aren't my best games of all time, but I have by far put an inordinate amount of time into them. And I have 2 games that are hands down the games that I have spent the most time in. One of which I know exactly. So Pal World is a good game, and I do really enjoy that game. We have a server ongoing, so again, if you want to come join some people,
I will happily join.
Welcome. After this, I'm just going to be like DMing you. This is the link to our Discord, by the way. Do what you will with it. But yeah, Pal World is good, and Pal World is the type of game that I will know life, because the first game that I know how many hours I've put into it is the original Ark, Survival Evolved.
Okay,
and I have put in over 1,400 hours into that game.
Okay, you didn't hear that because noise suppression, but that was a shocked noise from me.
And I think the other game that I'm going to mention, oh no, That's our car. It's gone off. Sorry, I know it's behind, but our car just went off. Ben, it's okay. Carry on. It's no problem. I don't have the figures because it's not on Steam, but the game that I have probably, if I base it on amount of hours that I've done, or that I think I've done, time spent, I've probably put in 3 to 4 more times that of Ark.
So you're saying
And-
you put 4,000, 3,000 hours into a game?
Easily 5,000. Yeah, Minecraft.
Oh. You know what? I have to hand this out and say, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I've been alive for 3,000 hours.
So to give you an idea, and yes, I'm probably somewhat older than yourself. Well, I know that. I started playing Minecraft when I was at uni, which first of all meant I had a lot of free time on my hands because, spoiler alert, you have a lot of free time at uni. It was my start of my second year of uni. I started playing Minecraft, and that was in 2010.
Okay, so basically, when did it come out? It was 2000 and well, it's 15 years it's been out on YouTube. So 2005? Oh, no, 8.
So I played it when it was in alpha, so really, really early stages. It cost me less than £8 to buy the game.
Okay.
Because it was so early on. Yeah, I think it was Alpha 1. No, Alpha's 0.5 maybe? I don't know. But it was really, really early on, and I played it to death, and me and my partner played it a lot, and we had loads of our flatmates play it. But just the amount of longevity that it had due to mods and everything was just really impressive. So I just kept coming back to it. And obviously, not next month, it's like July, August, we've got another modded server that we're starting up. So I'm going to put even more efforts into it. Probably not to the same degree, because yes, I have a full-time job now. And my part-time job of streaming. But...
Hey,
but I still
you get your income from
time.
streaming, it definitely works. Because I know 2 streamers that are actually friends of mine now. There was one who works in the actual sim racing community. His name's Bunju. He started, maybe start of lockdown. And now he's doing like concurrent, like 100 viewers a stream. Which
Nice.
is, compared to like streamers like Tommy in it when he was at his peak, not as many, but still like a lot
I would
of
still
people.
call that a large streamer, especially
Yeah, yeah.
because my concurrent viewers are usually between 8 and 12.
Which is
That's
still good because I think
I'm really
the
happy
hardest-
with it. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you have like an actual good community, supportive community, which you definitely do have.
Oh yeah, they're great.
I think definitely, and I believe a lot of people would agree with me on this, is the hardest part of actually building a Twitch is the lower viewer areas, but it's usually the funnest.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really, really tricky, and I think a lot of streamers will get stuck at the beginner sections because unless you are like me and you just randomly chat shit when you're carrying on, like you're just doing whatever, and then you're like, I'm just gonna talk about what I'm doing, and nobody's responding because nobody's here, but that's okay. I call it Lego talk, which I think came from Yogscast originally.
I'm not sure. As I've also just realized it's been an hour and a half. There is a person in the waiting room. Do you want to interview a person?
Sure, I don't know who they are, but I can ask them.
I believe this is SimTech. Is this the SimTech owner that we're speaking to?
It is. Hi, how you doing?
Good, yourself, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Now, you definitely run a team that I wouldn't say haunts me in sim racing at all, but most broadcasts that I do, you're there, which is also great because you definitely have quite a successful team, to say the least. But how many drivers, roughly, do you think you have in your team?
In total, we got about, I'd say about 18, 20 drivers, but they're not all active at the same time. But yeah, this small to medium little group of us.
Yeah. Obviously, you're in the race currently. That's why you're here. But
Yeah, doing well at the moment. P4 and P6, yeah.
the 473 and then the 472. Which car are you currently in, or are you just supporting the car?
No, so I'm in 472, so we're in P6 at the moment. Mike's in there doing the night shift for us tonight, so he's doing the hard graft. He's got severe toothache as well, so he's if he's a little bit slower, it's because he's probably high on painkillers.
I would do the same thing if I. In terms of the race so far, we're just getting closer now to the 6 hour. Wait, I think my brain's good. It's 8 hours now, isn't it?
Four.
On my days. Sorry. I've not been very active in terms of sleep schedule recently. But in terms of so far, how do you think your race has gone? If you had to sum it up overall.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well. We had like loads of technical issues the first hour. Like I was meant to do the last part of qualifying, but my wheel was like not working, so my pedals were going, but I had no steering input. So like minutes before qualifying ended, we had to like all back out, come back in, restart PCs, restart equipment. So it was quite panic stations. Managed to luckily get going. I did the first stint, but pace was like really bad. The pressures were all wrong. So yeah, it was really bad. And then we had an issue where, because I was trying to mess around with my wheel, trying to get it going again, I messed up the button mapping. So halfway through the stint, as I was prepping for the first pit stop, I realised I couldn't actually change anything on the MFD. So when we came into the first stop, I had to like, we lost like 20 seconds because I had to stop the car, go to the options and do all my button mapping to select the next driver.
We had exactly the same problem with one of our drivers.
Yeah.
And
So-
unfortunately, he couldn't fix it that way. He had to disconnect, and our lead driver had to reconnect first, do a lap, and then
Oh.
hand it off.
It's a nightmare. We normally use a bit of software to do the pit stops, but we're not running that today, so we're just having to doing the in-game stuff. So yeah, it's a nightmare when it happens. But so yeah, we lost 20 seconds there or so, but we've managed to catch back up again. But we're just sitting there nicely, trying to follow our second car. I think we're catching P3. I think a couple of seconds a lap, something like that. So
I think it seems your second car has just lost the place to Pooley, it seems.
yeah,
Yeah.
387 really quick. I think Pooley's one of their quicker drivers. So
I think that's
Um,
right.
yeah,
forgot
so,
whose team that is. Yeah, actually, I don't know whose team that is. Actually, I know PLR Esports are in P3. Who's P4? That's actually a mystery. I'll have to find out with that. But in terms of the rest of the race, obviously you're staying quite comfortably in P5 and 6. But obviously you're the only car in P6. Where would you like your? Obviously not trying to jinx you at all. That was the worst thing that could happen.
commentator's curse.
It's happening more
It's
times
real.
than you would think. But where would you like to end up in terms of the end of this race? Still 16 hours though.
To be fair, we had no idea where we were going to be on pace before the race, and then this week was looking at the entry list, seeing what teams we recognised, and we thought, oh, maybe we could sneak a top 10. So the fact that we got both cars in the top 10 is amazing.
Yeah.
If we can get one in the top 5, 2 in the top 5, that would be awesome. It would cap off a good day because we had a third car running in a separate race today, 6 hours of Red Bull Ring. They finished P8 out of like 40 odd. So if we can finish top 10, then we'd have 3 cars all finishing top 10 in 2 separate races this weekend. That'd be a good result.
I think that is definitely achievable so far. If both of you can get in P4 and 5, and even potentially P3, that would definitely be, I think, a good result. Have you ever? Sorry, my voice is starting to go as well. Have you had any sort of pit stop issues during the race or anything problematic?
Apart from the first pit stop, it's been pretty smooth sailing so far. But you just never know with ACC, do you? There's so many bugs
Yeah.
that just crop up randomly. So hopefully no one else in the race as well has issues, because we don't want to see other cars having issues. But I think
We were talking
so
about
far,
people dropping out because they get disconnected.
yeah. I mean, we've lost a couple, haven't we? Lost a couple of cars, but it's not been too bad so far. I think because it's a charity race, a lot of people want to stick it out regardless.
Yeah.
Mm.
And compared to I think races I've seen in the past, it is quite achievable to do quite a good result in today's race. I've definitely seen pace because I was going to race in this originally, but in terms of my pace, what I was going to be, I'd probably be staying in P5 and 4. Obviously, I don't think I would be at all because I think I would have ditched into a barrier into the first lap. But It's definitely more achievable, and I think I have very high expectations from the QRT Spa 24 Hours, which
Yeah.
happened March time, which I did with some of my friends. But that was probably the most sweaty race I've been a part of, and I believe when you in that race.
Yeah, we were. So we just started back then. So myself and Mark Conway, helped. We both run SRT. We decided to set up our own little endurance team. So that's probably one of our first ever races we did. Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, I remember. Yeah, Spa 24. Yeah, it was good. It was a good race.
Where did you finish, actually?
This is quite a funny one in within the team. So we had two cars. Our first car finished P18, I think, or somewhere around there, and then we were 4 hours from the end, and we had the driver swap issue hit us,
Oh,
where we went to driver swap and it just didn't do anything. So we had to kind of retire the car 4 hours from the end, but we were running like P22 at that point.
That's another common problem, because we had that in the last Spa 24 hour that happened here. One of our cars just couldn't connect. It's so weird.
I think hopefully Kunos and like the next Assetto Corsa Evo, or whatever they do with that, runs a lot better for like endurance racing, because there's so many like nuances you've got to be aware of in this game. Like driver one having to join the server first and clicking drive, and there's so many little things you've got to be aware of to not screw up the swaps. So
Yeah.
I can understand why people who are not used to the game, who are like, rookies and stuff, how they can get things wrong. It's easy to
Or
do.
even if they come over from another one, because we had a load of people that were more used to iRacing, and they were like, "Can't we just do this?" And we're like, "No."
Yeah, it's crazy.
ACC
Yeah.
is very neglected when it comes to all of the bugs, obviously, but it's also, I feel, from a commentator's perspective, we are also so spoiled in terms of softwares we've been given because ACC race control being such a major, and obviously you've got ACC TV as well, being such a major factors when it comes to commentary. It's so good, because when I did F1 for the first time, it's just night and day difference, because you still have to use all of the old-fashioned keybinds and stuff, which is I hate, to be honest, and that's why I practically stopped F1 commentary.
We moved away from F1 racing entirely because we didn't have any like setup options at all for like our multiplayer servers. So in terms of like the stuff you can change in this, it's amazing. Like it's way better than at least F1, but I haven't really played iRacing or any of the others, so I don't have much comparison there.
Yeah, I just didn't think like Kunos expected like ACC to do so well with the community for so long.
Yeah.
And I think they didn't develop the game initially, did they, for like endurance and team events? Maybe they didn't put enough effort into it. Maybe they didn't think it was going to kick off so much, but it wouldn't be where it is without the community. ACC, I don't think.
Yeah.
It's like most longer games.
Yeah.
When did ACC come out originally? Because I'm trying to even think.
18.
Okay, so it was still a relatively large segment of the community that was doing stuff like that. Because I was like, is it old enough that it was like, it wasn't really, it was like a start of a thing, but not a thing. But 2018 isn't really that much of an excuse. People were doing a lot of esports then, so.
Yeah, it's just bugs. I don't know if, I bet they're aware of it as well. If they're fixable bugs, or if they're just not just plain right focusing on what I like to call ACES or AC Evo. For it's such a coincidence, but it's amazing. But if that game, I don't think we've seen any sort of leaks for it, unless you people have.
I've not seen anything for it. No, only that.
I haven't, but I
12-second
haven't
teaser.
looked.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued in it because they've done a really good job of not having leaks and stuff.
The only thing I've heard anything about is it Rensport?
Yeah, Rensport.
Yeah, I've tried that. Wasn't massively keen on it, but it's very early stages for that game, isn't it? They're just.
Yes,
I, think it's even
I personally haven't played it or tried it. I've just heard about it through our other members and stuff.
Because I have to say now, I think we've got to cut it short because we do have part 2 for the Positive Perception 24-hour race stream to be commenced. I believe David is here. Are you here, David?
I'm here quietly. Hello, everybody.
I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, Lewis. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for organising it, guys. It's been a really great race so far.
Long way to go. Cheers, Lewis.
Cheers, all. Take care.
I will take this as my moment then if they're if David's back. I didn't want to leave you on your own earlier, so I didn't want you to.
I'm not staying.
You're such
So
a
you are
legend.
you are more than welcome to stay. We'll take anyone at this stage.
Okay.
I am literally here just to do the stream admin and change it over. So
Okay.
You can happily go back to your team if you want.
Completely
by
up
the
to
way,
you.
So,
No, as I said, I can't leave you on your own. Come on, that's not fair, is it?
I appreciate it, Izzy.
let's switch we'll switch stream over. So there's a new link in the chat for everyone. I will switch it all over and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
If you fall asleep, by the way, David.
No, I didn't fall asleep. No, you're fine. You're safe.
I might fall asleep.
Yeah, welcome.